Oh boy, I'm not late. Definitely not. Nope. Look at this wonderful screenshot. This was like, look how pleasing the desert looks when it's sunset. Like, I need to have more thumbnails include the desert. I don't know. It's just like people shame. Sorry, I'm immediately distracted for any VOD watcher. I apologize. I just like for anyone that poo poos the desert. We have to give it credit that it can look really pretty sometimes. Okay. Just saying. First time catching one of your streams? Well, welcome to the distraction. Anywho's, I don't want to stream that long today, but I felt it important to have this app. That's the reason this is not a unit review stream. Is not because I don't have the energy for it. It's because I really need to spend the time. So as you can see, Natlan from a nice view over here with the volcano and everything. I really need to spend more time editing today, rather than spending like 6-7 hours doing unit reviews and getting distracted doing that and mentally drained doing that. So yeah. But anyways, what was I saying? So the artifact reroller yap shouldn't be that long. We basically just learned one. I might risk showing that. I think I have the image open still. Yeah, I do. I have it. I'll show that in a little bit. But there's a code. Ah, yes. Here you go. Well, okay. You know what's funny is I bet I know where this code came from. We get these codes, these random codes. You can look up this code if you go look up like Genshin Impact codes or whatever. I'm sure it's shared in wherever, right? But there you go. There's that code on screen if you want. That should be 60p mogems. That is most likely the sponsor code. MiHoYo generates like sponsor codes every time like they do an advertising round for Genshin, usually. So it's probably a sponsor code, funnily enough, with the next round of Genshin advertisements, but the code works early. So anywho's. The preset is disappointing again. Oh yeah, that's worth talking about. We already got kind of confirmation of this, but we got even more confirmation, I think, that like the loadout system doesn't really work in a way that we care about. Like actually, okay, so like it's the fast equip system, but slightly better. Like okay, the fact, see, the problem is you just set priority minor affixes. Yeah, I like. So the way it works is like you might still be able to use it in limited instances. It's just not very useful. Like, it's just like not very useful. I don't know. Like, it's not gonna change any of how I build characters fundamentally. Like, a loadout system at its most useful would allow me to like maybe have reason to min-max my builds more in different circumstances, right? Would have reason to care about switching Cheverus's build more often. But I'm not going to. Except for like certain units, I might what you might be able to do is go out of your way, because this equipment system, if it does let you save, because it was like what the loadout system is not really a loadout system. It's just some kind of ability to save multiple auto configurations, right? So theoretically, you can go into the auto equipper here and specifically, so right now, if I don't want it to like auto equip, if I wanted, say I wanted to auto equip a golden troop set for my Yai, what I would have to do is go and like equip. Why is it recommending as level 0 artifact? That's insane. Actually, I don't see. I'm like making a guess here that we might be able to still use this garbage implementation as kind of a loadout, because the idea is like, okay, if I don't want it to recommend these Gilded Dreams pieces, I can just go and like equip, because the system won't try to yoink pieces that are equipped to someone else, right? So, sorry, I can't. Like I can't. I'm sorry. I can't take this system seriously when it actually genuinely just like I press this button, and to like the layperson, this might imply to them that like the game is saying that this might be better, when just in case it's not obvious, this is a humongously worse build. And like I just so anyways, I know this is just the one button press thing. The point is, if I like equip all of these pieces to an existing character, and then unequip the other pieces that I want for a loadout, and that could be saved, I could theoretically go into this configuration in some form, hit the auto equip button, you know, bap. Well, whatever. I don't feel like doing that. And then save that. But like but to get it to like auto select the things that you want, that you specifically want, because there's no UI to just tell it to just choose a specific artifact you want. There's no UI for that. So instead, you're just going to have to like equip all the pieces that it keeps on trying to auto equip that you don't want it to auto equip. So you equip it to like, you know, here, like, oh, it's trying to auto equip a Gilded Dreams piece. Go put that on Dory. Why do you have this? You go put that on Dory, right? And then it won't stop. It will stop recommending this be used on Yai, and then it will hopefully find this piece. But I'd have to make sure this piece is unequipped, of course, right? To put on Yai instead. So yeah. Anywho's, has the yap started? No, the artifact yap. The reroller yap is not started. I was yapping about loadouts real quick, and saying how I don't think the loadout feature is going to be very useful, except in limited contexts. Like, I might go out of my way to do this. If this sounds like a really clunky way to like get a loadout system out of this stupid thing they call a loadout system, which is not really a loadout system, that's the worst part about it. The fact that they keep on calling this a loadout system when it's not a real loadout system. But like that's the most annoying part. Like, I don't think it's inherently bad that they're improving this in some form, but like, stop calling it a loadout system, you freaking buttholes. So anyways, I do intend to probably try it. We'll see what happens when the patch goes live, right? We'll see if my theory is correct in like, can I go into this fast equip system and configure things in a way, even if it's really clunky and takes an annoying amount of setup time, where I could save, you know, a Golden Troop build for Lanyan or a VV build, or can I get it to even like auto equip my preferred two piece build? Like, clunky though. Just very, very clunky. And the most useful context is going to be the various supports where there's reasons to change your support builds depending on the team. To be clear, Shenhe very rarely do you actually want to do two-piece attack. The only actual reason I put Shenhe on two-piece attack was because of the collab, and I did not want to subject people to a non-ideal energy situation on Shenhe, so I put her on two-piece. And that's all. Anyways, still better to make a character you don't use whole artifacts? Yeah, basically. It's basically still better to do that. The problem is, like, that's not even that useful as a loadout system, because it's still like visually messy. Because like, let's say I'm using, I want to load out for Dia for Emblem versus for Akasha for whatever reason. I don't think there's actually that much need to do that, to be clear. But you know, I could put someone on Emblem, but then I still have to, like, you know, go to the effort of going to the individual pages, scrolling down, finding the character that I'm using as a loadout, right? We'll find my Xingqiu icon if he's the loadout, right? So I don't know. 4 stars in the next patch? No, we don't know yet. I'm willing to bet that there's going to be at least Xingqiu on the banner. I think Xingqiu hasn't rerun in a while. Let's go check. Let's find out.
The desert's a tough adversary.
I'll talk about the artifact reveal in a second. For anyone waiting.
What you see is what you get. and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Wait, really? Really? This does not count. Yeah, I sincerely hope they're rerunning Joe. What the frick is? God. 4-star reruns are so completely like, come on. Mahoy, you gotta rerun St. Joe more than that. St. Joe has become another kooky situation. Or not kooky, sorry, official situation. Where like how little official reruns is actually bonkers. That's wild. This is just the Genshin fandom website. So, anyways, yeah, I hope even though like you might not need St. Joe constellations, consider the wish refunding a bonus, right? In my opinion, but there are people that do need St. Joe constellations, and it's important for him to be reran. So, anyways, to be fair, he's a shop unit, so you get f***ing 2 copies per year. If they only have 1 banner per year, right? If the Skirk banner is the only banner in 2025, like with how long it has been since they reran St. Joe, it is very possible they only rerun this freaking character once in one like year, right? If they only rerun St. Joe once this year, it's possible. Let's say you're a player who has started playing Genshin, you know, on November 20th, 2024. Between November 20th, 2024 and November 20th, 2025, one whole year, what are your opportunities to get Xingqiu in this hypothetical of Xingqiu rerunning on Skirk banner, and that being the only banner that he reruns on this year? Well, if you plan around the shop, which, let's get real, new players are not very good around planning around the shop, right? I didn't do that very well, and I did know about the shop fairly early on. I should have planned around it more than I did. But like, they're probably not going to. But let's assume they are. Let's assume they make the smart decision of like, they plan, and as whatever level of player they are, they specifically, yeah, sure, get the lantern right, Xingqiu, and they get the 2 Xingqius from the shop. That gets you to C2. Cool. That's good. C6 is important though. Like, C6 is pretty important. And like for his full potential. So like them rerunning him once per year means like if a player that has been playing the game for a year, you know, since November 2024, wants to get his C6 and happened to, even if they started playing during this patch, they happen to either not want to wish in this banner for various reasons, which would make sense, and maybe they happen to not care about Skirk or Shenhe. Like, right? They don't care about Skirk, Shenhe. They didn't care about these 2 characters. But that's the only time Xingqiu reruns in the year. That's a problem, right? Because they still might have reasons to need Xingqiu in his constellations. Anyways. Sorry, I think that's egregious. I think it's egregious. Is there any other really relevant 4-stars that haven't rerun in a stupid time? What's Bennett at? Really? Really?
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Bennett reruns all the time. He hasn't rerun for half a year. What are you talking about, Mitsu? Half a year? For the most relevant 4-star to rerun? I didn't even realize. What do you mean? Bennett not rerunning since the literal beginning of the year is bonkers. It's bonkers. Also, this is... Oh, wait, no, that's February. This is not that bonkers. Actually, it kind of is, considering she apparently went from August 2024 to February. No, it is kind of bonkers. Is 6 months just their is 6 months their rerun target for the better 4 stars in the game? Other than Fischl, who they hate, and Sing Chu, who they also decided they hate because they want to shill 5-star hydros? I know Fischl has been, yeah. Cause Jesus Christ. What is wrong with you, Hoyle? Like, this gap is bonkers for literally one of the best 4 stars in the game. And in my opinion, also the one that has the most staying power. But anyways. Reroller's my guy. I'll talk about it in a second. Hold your freaking horses. Like, chill. I do want to wait a little bit. Like, the waiting is on purpose a little bit during the beginning of the stream to some extent. Because, one, yes, it's just getting distracted. But two, well, getting distracted is not on purpose. But two, like, you know, it takes, like, time for, like, viewers on live streams to, like, reach their peak viewers. And it makes sense. If I want to have my yap to the most live viewers as possible, I should wait, right? Because it's not just you I'm talking to, it's also you and other people. So I apologize that I have to make you wait. But, like, you know. And now we are stalling, but it's your fault that we're stalling. Anyways. Or it's my fault for acknowledging it. Anyways. We'll talk about rerollers in a second. Don't worry. I wanted to finish this train of thought. Yeah, like, Fischl's not surprising. We already know that this instance already says that Hoyoverse hates Fischl because, I don't know. In my theory for why this is they don't want to let people realize how good Fischl is, and also there's a weirdly high amount of people that hate Fischl. And you know what? That's fine. I just don't want to fix your account, because if you refuse to use a particular character that is useful for clearing content, then that's your choice. But, like, if you want me to fix your account, but then you're going to say, no, I refuse to do the thing that makes sense, then I don't know what to tell you, right? You'll have to learn how to work around that with yourself. I can give you advice of, like, okay, consider using these characters as an alternative, but Fischl really has no alternative. You don't need her. Like, I clear on a Polearms only account, obviously, but it's a very hyper invested account into a particular niche. There's not many people that are, like, doing that. So, anyways,
but still,
yeah, Chevreuse is obviously an interesting exception to this. It seems where they're not rerunning 4-stars very often, where, of course, Chevreuse got the Veresa banner rerun and the Clorinde Arlecchino banner rerun, which was also not too long of a gap even before her previous rerun. I hope they keep doing that. I'm kind of the opinion that Chevreuse is... I don't even think this is wrong. I think Chevreuse is better than Eonson. I think Eonson is a very, very important addition to the game, and I certainly hope Eonson is not doomed to, like, every 6 months to a year reruns. But, like, I do think it's more important to rerun Chevreuse more often. Lanyan, I mean, if Mihaly wants to make me very, very happy, they rerun Lanyan on Skirk's banner. Does it make sense? Not really. It doesn't have any, like, thematic... There's no, like, reason to pair those units together. A full Hydro Cryo banner makes more sense. It makes more sense for them to rerun... Let's see, Rosaria. It makes more sense for them to rerun Xingqiu and Rosaria with Dahlia than it does... Okay, so... It doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. It's probably going to be an underwhelming cryo unit. To be clear, this is not one that needs to be rerun that often, but still needs to be rerun sometimes, so let's see when it last was. Oh, very recently. Okay. I don't know. There's not that many options. Actually, you know, as dumb as it is, I think them rerunning Mika might be one of the best options. Layla? She just rerun too. And they already have a shielder. A shielder that is better versus Kirk than Layla on the banner. I think it's a little redundant for them to put 2 shielders on the banner. Not that Layla is useless, but, you know. But I think Mika might actually, ironically, be the best slot. I don't think they're going to do that, though. Because I think they want you to use Dahlia as the 4-star support for her, not Mika. Even if Mika makes the most sense. So I don't know. Who is the most likely rerun? Maybe they're not going to do a full Hydro Cryo banner. Because, like, I feel like it's either going to be Rosaria, Singcho, Dahlia, or it's going to be Singcho, Dahlia, plus a non-Hydro Cryo unit. Right? Like they didn't even put... The Skirk's Trial apparently has a Scovier in it. Like, they're not even doing a 4-star only trial. Even though she works pretty well with 4-star characters. She doesn't technically need a Scovier. She just performs differently. So, I think maybe they just don't even bother. So maybe there is a chance of Lanyan. I'd be very happy. I'd be very happy if I somehow was blessed by a Lanyan first rerun on Skirk Banner. Because I do want me a C6 Lanyan. Surely. I'm not going to cope that much with that. We'll find out in a couple days. If I make an excited YouTube post, that is not referencing anything in specific. It's because of Lanyan rerunning on her banner. Anyway, other relevant 4 stars to look into quick before we do the artifact. Yeah, is there any other ones that would annoy me to see their rerun being so long? Yeah, also will be a future thing. Fremine, I mean, Fremine might be on the... Why would Fremine be on the banner? Guys, Fremine is not someone that's useful for Skirk. The reason I was thinking it was, like, characters useful. Because oftentimes, when they have units they're trying to sell, they tend to put, like, all 4 stars as, like, functional teammates for the character. What was the Moika banner? Okay, where was Bennett? Moika banner. Kachina, Bennett, Diona. Like, this is a cope Moika team. Obviously. But at the same time, this is what I'm talking about. We're like, you do Kachina E, you do Moika E, you do Bennett, you might have to do Sackbow Diona, but like a C6 Diona Sackbow, you should be able to at least, without much problem, land a melt on Moika Burst, no? And then you get sad after that, most likely. But like, I understand what they're going with. I don't think this is the ideal choice. I think Rosaria would have made more sense here, but, you know. Anywho's. Point being, this is what I'm talking about, where they put semi-synergistic units, at least for 4 stars, even if they're not that compelling. And I don't think Fremine is actually one of those, unfortunately. Well, I don't know. I guess Skirk does have her burst DPS playstyle, and you could play Fremine with Skirk as a burst DPS. Maybe that's their intent. I could see it. I don't know. Anyways. Sucrose, I guess she is a relevant one, but her constellations aren't that important. So she's, in my opinion, less important to rerun. Yeah, it has been a while, though, since she reran. Is there a 4-star breeding? I feel like there's not. I think we checked all the relevant ones. For Farazan, maybe, I guess, but no, I think we checked all. Okay. Anyways, am I late? No. Let's have the artifact. Yeah. Reroller. Yeah. Really? Oh wait, no. Well, that's actually a good thing. The last 2 days, I have condensed my resin before thinking about it. No, I need to not condense my resin. I need to go do ley lines. This is the stupid ley line event. I had to use a fragile resin yesterday, or transient resin yesterday, which is annoying because I might have needed that actually. But if I get Skirk Weapon, at least, oh well. Anyways, because I condensed the resin again. I condensed the resin. I forgot about the fact that I need to level for, or I need to farm Mona's boss too. So don't let me condense the resin. I need to farm Leylons and Mona's boss. Anyways, sorry, distracted. Let's do more today. So what the main bloops, the main bit of information that I think is worth mentioning about what we learned about the artifact reroller is quite simple, and that is, and by the way, actually, sorry, I got a prerequisite disclaimer. this is only a couple days away from the patch, and that's why I'm assuming this is relatively reliable information. This could be wrong. This information could be just straight up wrong completely. We still don't know, right? If you watch my original artifact reroller Yap video, technically today is the same, but we have more specific information that it's easier to make some assumptions now. But at the same time, we still don't know, okay? Keep that in mind, right? This could be wrong. This is like something we're talking about for the purpose of discussion, but is much more likely to be true because we are so close to the patch update. It's usually what happens with this information that comes out right before the patch. Okay, sorry, let me mute whoever the frick this is. Oh, it's multiple people. I see. I don't understand, by the way. I don't know what's happened. Discord used to... I have the setting on still, by the way. I still have the setting on where Discord is supposed to like put on streamer mode automatically. It just doesn't work anymore. So I have to like go manually. I have to go manually do it every single time. I need to set up a keybind for it, honestly, because that is the solution. Anyways, so sorry for that. Anywho's, so actually here, let me show the thing. So this is the information. This is the, oh my god, is the information we got.
My people are used to the desert life.
So there's the two important things here are, you can't see my mouse. Right. There we go. Right here, the cost rules. Supposedly, and again, this could be wrong. Flowers and feathers cost 1 per, and Sans Goblet Circlet costs 2 per. In my opinion, this makes circlets very rarely worth using. Goblets oftentimes might be worth using because of the inherent annoyance with trying to get the right main stack goblet with good substack combinations. And goblets are also like the one circumstance where you might consider rerolling a 3-line piece, I would say. But I actually think this having different costs for flower and feather significantly biases you towards prioritizing rerolling flowers and feathers that are 4-line pieces with good other stats like the ideal stat to reroll for a flower or feather is like a 4-line piece that was like double crit attack percent plus, you know, ER, EM, whatever, like a perfect substat combination piece, but that rolled say like only once or twice into crit, right? That's I think the perfect piece to target. Because it's more likely it'll per like cost of rerollers, being that they're half the price of the other pieces, per cost of rerollers, it's more likely for you to get additional damage value on your build. Like what you need to remember is that if one reroller being used on a goblet versus a feather, right? And again, you need 2 rerollers for a goblet, right? But each of those pieces, when you reroll them, have an equal chance of giving you an additional crit roll. Then the smarter one to upgrade first is the flower feather. Because the flower feather, again, this is assuming they both are at equal chances, because ultimately how you use these will depend on the state of your account and your builds and what your goal with your build is. But like, the point being, a 2 cost on a goblet, just because goblets are rare does not mean you automatically default to goblets. You need to look at your account and be like, okay, can I find an example of a piece that would make this make sense? I feel like off the top of my head, I know on poems only this is the case, but what I want to find is like two artifacts that, here, let's go to someone that doesn't have any preset. I want to find like 2 artifacts that are similar in like total crit rolls, and maybe this is a good example actually. Yeah, so let's see what my Kaniche situation looks like. Is this an example that makes sense? I'm not sure. I think my Kaniche situation actually most likely is the goblet does make sense to reroll if I want to improve him. But what's his feather? Well, honestly, it's actually not that different a situation. I think that, no, actually this is a fairly appropriate comparable situation. The feather is slightly better as a starting point, but both the feather and my goblet are starting with and we're gonna ignore that there are 3 lines. Again, the rerollers I think are definitely best used on 4-line pieces. I want to emphasize that. I think you really only consider using rerollers on 3-line pieces from a fairly limited context, like particularly pieces like this. If you do it again, you're going to earn turning off co-op for the whole stream. I don't like having to do that, but don't spam joining. Anywho's. So the point is, we're starting with two baseline crit rolls on top, like on 2 upgraded rolls, right? Oh, by the way, the rerollers, we got confirmation it does not reroll the base stats at all. It just rerolls the upgraded stats. So, which is good. You might say, oh, that's annoying that it doesn't like have a chance of rerolling your starting minimum rolls. But I think it's actually a good thing because it means it's a factor within your control. If it rerolled the base stats, it would be kind of awful, in my opinion. Goblet isn't a 4-liner. Okay, yeah, but this is an onset goblet with 3 good rolls. Like this is a piece that if I cared about optimizing my Knight, this is a piece that it can make sense to reroll as a 3-line piece. But regardless of it being a 3-line, I want to just focus on specifically the context of I have 2 artifacts here. This one technically has slightly higher starting base value because it has an additional attack percent roll. Therefore, I'd say if the cost was equivalent, right? Again, we're ignoring the 3-line versus 4-line thing right now. I already mentioned that. You should probably seriously consider saving the rerollers almost entirely for 4-line pieces, even when you have a really nice 3-line goblet like this one, but it depends on your priorities, right? If your priority is improving your Knight, then maybe you should consider using it on Knight, right? On a 3-line goblet, because the chance of getting a 4-line goblet that looks like this as baseline stats is low. And there's the other factor, which we're going to talk about, that I think is interesting, which is how the guaranteed roll system seems to work. Again, we're still going to make some assumptions about it, though. Anyways, looking at these 2 pieces, right? They're starting from the same baseline amount of crit rolls. So if we're trying to get more crit rolls, because Knight scales more with crit than anything else, right? I think that's fairly well known. If we're trying to get more crit rolls to improve his build, these pieces are essentially starting at near equivalent value for pieces to reroll, right? For my Knight build. We're going to ignore the fact that I have other feathers available, by the way. But I'm just saying, comparing these 2 specific artifacts, if this is your situation, like you have this as your best feather and you have this as your best goblet, the thing to reroll might be the goblet just because of the fact that it's an onset goblet. But just on the stat value level, because feathers are half the price to reroll, and you can get 2 rerolls for the cost of 1 reroll on a goblet, it very well might make more sense to reroll this piece, particularly if this is a 4-line piece. This isn't a 4-line piece, though, so I wouldn't actually do that. And this is an onset goblet, so I would actually consider it for this because it's an onset goblet. But, you know, that's a whole another problem, right? It depends. I think that's a good example of, like, the nuance where, like, there's not objectively a reason to reroll this one or this piece. Other than, like, this piece is not a 4-line, so I wouldn't reroll it, and this piece is an onset goblet, so it's more considerate, so it's more of a consideration. I'd probably reroll this one over this one if my goal was min-maxing Knight. But also, because this would not be my priority personally, because while I don't dislike using Knight, my overall experience of using Knight is not going to change meaningfully enough to justify the cost of rerollers on this goblet compared to a higher value goblet that is a target for a reroll, such as this goblet on my official. This was a 4-line goblet that rolled once into crit. Somehow this has 4 minimum flat attack rolls, which is insane. Like, this looks like a 3-line piece, but then when you actually look at it, it's a 4-line piece that somehow had 3 flat attack rolls. Brutal. Like, this is a reroll target piece for a goblet, obviously. As an onset 4-line electro goblet, yeah, ridiculous. Yeah, so, like, that makes sense, and I actually have another electro goblet. I've had this forever. This is another one that just having more crit rolls would be good for me. I think it started from... I don't know what the starting crit damage roll was, of course. Hopefully it was a high starting crit damage roll, or no, it couldn't have been high. It would have had to... the best case scenario, I guess, is that this started with 6.2 crit damage. Yeah, well, that was unfortunate. But anyways, oh well. Either way, the fact this is a 4-line with no bad stats and at minimum using a reroller on it will guarantee one additional crit roll, and hopefully if I get lucky it'll be higher roll values, is a very good thing. The problem is though, if it like rolls, if it only gets if it only gets like one more crit roll and it's low roll values, and then like I instead of the attack percent I get a bunch of ER rolls, that's gonna be worse than it would be most likely for a lot of characters I could consider using on, unless I really need the ER, but I don't think that's that big. I don't know. If it rolls like 20% ER, that would make me like pause and be like, do I need to keep this just in case? I think the answer would be no, because I have this piece still. And this piece is a weirder one. Like, I don't know if I want to reroll this one. I know this is like a really good piece too, and rerolling it could result in an improved build for my Yai, or as an onset goblet for Chlorine in the future. But like, it's also just really good still. So I don't know. Anyways, it's stupid to listen to leaks. Okay. Sure. If you think it's stupid to listen to leaks, you probably are putting your account at a disadvantage for making good decisions for what to pull for. Just saying. Like, if you're saying it's stupid to listen to leaks, you're saying that from a perspective of you don't know how to parse. You've not yet like learned, you've not got any intuitive basis for parsing information from leaks on what is meaningful to draw conclusions from, right? And we know the artifact reroller exists, right? Yes, we are making assumptions based on information from a patch that's coming out in like 3-4 days, whatever, 5 days, I don't know. It's coming out in less than a week. And if you look at the track record of information that comes out, of like some highly specific information, like this is highly specific information, shortly before the update, tends to be fairly accurate. I had the disclaimer already that we are making an assumption, believing this to be true. It could be different still. But like, it's kind of important to talk about still from a basis of, you know, how does this change how we prioritize building characters? Like, a large part of the experience of this game over time, if you're playing it regularly, is the building character experience. Like, I think it's fairly important to talk about this. So, like, I guess I could wait 4 days. But anyways, you're talking about skins? Oh, well, I mean, I agree. I don't really care about the skins. So, to be clear, I think the difficulty 6 might be easier than expected. Might. Apparently the total HP pool for all the bosses, this is ignoring the mechanics. The total HP pool for all the bosses is like 40 million. The clear time is the same 120-second clear time. This is ignoring starting without energy, blah, 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 blah. So, but the average DPS required, this is not on a, and to be clear, this is not the right way to do this. I just did this as a simple estimation. The average DPS required is like 115k, or I think it was 111k technically, but I think it's actually 115. But then the bosses have mechanics that reduce their HP, and that changes like what kinds of specific units you'd use against these bosses. So like it actually might be doable. I'm actually thinking it might be more doable on my account. Because before I was like, I'm not sure that difficulty 6 is going to be doable at all. I think it might be. Might. But my account is still very horizontally invested more than it is vertically invested. So, I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, the skins I think don't matter that much. And I know there's people that are upset that they're temporary, but I think it's a good. I am on the side that thinks it's a good thing that those skins are temporary. Also, they're not skins that like gives you player control either. They're skins of whatever Hoyo wants them to look like. So, you know, it lets me change sack frags into looking like whatever the catalyst is, the Animo catalyst is, which might look better on Lanyan, or maybe it won't. I don't remember what it looked like. But you know, that's cool, I guess. Anyways, yeah, they're temporary, and that's a f***ing good thing. Because if they are permanent, it's like it's a cool enough show-off feature that I think people would be far more baited into whaling if it was not temporary. But also, my assumption is, yeah, they refresh. Like, yeah, like the assumption is that they're not going to, like, they might change the weapon skins, but I don't think they're going to do that very often, right? So my assumption is like, yeah, if you clear difficulty 6 in one patch, you get the weapon skins for that patch. But then the next patch they go away and you have to clear difficulty 6 again, right? So, anyways, are you a whale? No. Some people might define that mean differently though. I think most people would not actually define me as a whale. But I have spent money on the game, that's for sure. And some of that money I have spent may indeed help me clear difficulty 6. Like, I am not going to... There is no reality where if I am able to clear difficulty 6, that I draw the conclusion that you also are able to clear difficulty 6. That is not at all the fuck I'm going to be saying here. But I have played the game long enough and have resources in the right number of characters that I might be able to clear. Might. But I think it's going to be a struggle, and I don't think I'm going to enjoy it, because it's going to have to be, like, specific teams I use, and, like, I can tell you I'm not going to clear it. I am more dedicated to leaving Mawika's Burst level 1 than I care about these skins, even if it'd be kind of cool to have. Oh yes, and the 5-star versions of the skins just have a special glowy effect. It's like how... Like, the glowy effect is literally... You see Farina's weapon? How there's, like, a little, like, a glowy thing on the end here? If we go put Farina's weapon on Nilu, it doesn't glow on the end. That's what the 5-star skins are. It's a little bit more prominent than that, but, like... that's it. So, like, the 5 stars versus the 4-star skin, in my opinion, just doesn't matter. The glowy skin is either I have hacked the game to get this skin, which there's going to be a lot of people that do, or because the 5-star skin is nonsensically difficult to get, like absolute mega whale bullshit territory. Yes, this is my mini account, but the 4-star skin is like high investment, but you like clearable theoretically with C0 teams, C0 5-star teams, but you're gonna have to have like really specific teams and characters available, because you're probably gonna need 3 different teams that can reach over 100k DPS. Like the ideal combination is likely going to be like Mawika Melt, Veressa Overload, and Skirk Escoffier combination. I think that is the ideal combination right now. And if you don't have that specific combo available, you have options of like maybe Arlecchino can be used in place. This is what I would do in place of Mawika. I will try to do that. I do have a C1 Arlecchino though that would help me actually do that. I didn't really even try to get C1 Arlecchino. I just got kind of lucky doing that, but that will help me, right? So, anyways, by the way, things like C2 Farina will be weird. I don't know if they'll help like meaningfully at all in this kind of content, but anywho's, yeah, like I think there's very few teams on my account that can meaningfully reach this threshold. I happen to have, I think, the right combination of them where I might be able to. Might. And the reason it's such a might is because of the energy, 0 energy start, and the enemy mechanics can both be a stalling factor that functionally increases the DPS that you need, or it could be a factor that actually functionally lowers the DPS you need on a given enemy. So, I don't know. We'll see. Difficulty 5 is compared to Abyss 412. Difficulty 5 is still going to be a lot more difficult in single player than Abyss is. And difficulty 6 is a meaningful level past that. So, I wish to emphasize most people are probably not going to be able to get these skins. You have to be... Can it be achieved with free-to-play? Yes, but you have to have pulled and have pretty specific units, and specific supports available for those different teams, and that's just not going to be the case for most players, right? So yeah, yes, difficulty 5 is co-opable, but you won't get the rewards for it. So for the rewards for difficulty 5, you have to clear in single player. Anyways, back to the artifact. Yeah, sorry. The important thing that I actually wish to focus on, the 1 dust versus 2 dust thing is a meaningful factor that influences how you should decide, because again, you need to remember that you can get 2 rerolls on a flower feather versus a goblet sans circlet. And circlets are probably not ideal because circlets can't have double crit and substats, and you're only rerolling substats, right? Substat upgrades. And like it depends on how relevant attack percent rolls for someone like Skirk. I think rerolling a 4-line crit damage circlet with attack percent crit rate substat isn't that bad. But like, if I reroll my Skirk circlet, for example, I'm not guaranteed to get anything better out of it, right? And this is a 3-line piece, so that's not ideal as a target anyways. But even in the reality this is a 4-line piece, I'm not guaranteed to get any additional value, right? And it's possible that it does a min roll crit rate and then a min roll attack percent, or it does 2 min roll attack percents and then a no crit rate roll. So like, it's more of a risk to reroll circlets is kind of my point, versus if you reroll a goblet and it's both the same 2 cost, and this is again assuming that it is indeed 2 costs and not like the same structure as elixirs. We are assuming that the information we have is correct. Then, you know, this piece probably makes more sense. Is my point, to target for a reroll for my Skirk right now compared to this piece. Just because it's less risky to target this piece. Each of them are in a similar situation. Well, ignoring that this is a 4-line and that inherently makes it better to reroll. But each of these pieces are in a situation where like there's 2 relevant rolls, but I have to select attack percent crit rate on this, whereas I select double crit on this, and I get guaranteed, or I don't get guaranteed, but I have a better chance of getting an improved piece from here. But anyways, so there's no risk. What do you mean there's no risk? What? How is that your takeaway? No, the point is that there's this risk, and ultimately you just gotta like weigh the chances of you gotta weigh the chances like of getting a particular additional stat on any given artifact, and then also weigh that relative to the cost of how many rerollers it costs, right? Because you have, if there's a 50%, if you're rerolling a flower and there's a 50% chance of getting a flower that is rerolled and improves your build, or it's rerolling a goblet and there's a 50% chance of rerolling the goblet that results in an improved build, those are in equivalent places, but the difference is you can do 2 rerolls in the flower, therefore you have 2 50-50 chances of getting an improved piece, aka a near guaranteed chance to get an improvement on your build compared to a 50% chance to get a improvement, not a guaranteed. It's not guaranteed either way, it's 2 50-50s, but you know. Anywho's, how is that a risk? What do you, I don't know how to explain this differently. Like, what do you mean how is that a risk? The point is you're weighing resource costs. And if you're rerolling the more expensive thing, you're taking more of a risk. You have to balance that versus the chance to get a new equivalent flower from farming though. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's assuming you're farming currently. But like, there's other factors going in that we haven't yet about. But there's like, I don't think you should use, like, I think these rerollers are what you use. Again, I think these rerollers are best used to not farm. I think these rerollers are best used so you don't have to continue farming a godforsaken niche artifact domain. And like, the only reason you might want to continue farming this set for Skirk in conjunction with considering rerollers on her is so that you can get 4-line pieces to reroll rather than 3-line pieces to reroll, right? But like, after you get that baseline rerollable piece, then Like, what's the point of like, continuing further, right? After you get, for Skirk in this context would be, after you get a 4-line double crit flower with attack percent, is there any reason to try to continue farming for more baseline better flowers? Like, not really. No, you don't need to, well, okay. As far as I understand, no, you don't need to get artifact fodder again. My god, would the rerollers be ass if you had to level up them from scratch. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't be bothered to. I would. There would not be a single video I would be yapping about if you have to, if you have to level up an artifact again from scratch. They literally showed on stream though, just using the reroller rerolls the piece and keeps the level it was at. So I of any assumption we're making, I think it's fairly safe to assume, considering they literally showed it being used on stream, that you don't need more XP. So, anywho's, but yeah, the risk you're taking is you're losing reroll resources that could be used smarter, and like the complicated factors, right? Deciding what you want to focus on. Like, do you reroll, particularly at the start here, right? Particularly at the start for anyone like my account, where there's a large number of pieces that I could consider reroll targets, and that's before even factoring in potential reroll targets for future pieces, right? So like realistically, the most smart thing I should do is like, you know, use it on those goblets I mentioned earlier. I actually have a list. I did this in a stream a little bit ago, right? My priority targets most likely are going to be, let's see. Yeah, the electro goblets I showed earlier. The cryo goblet for Skirk, because of my cryo goblets are like not great. Like that was my one good cryo goblet, and it was a 4-line piece that could be meaningfully better. Is a little bit of a risk to upgrade that cryo goblet, but like probably worth it. If I use Skirk regularly, at least. I have a, and this is a more, and the next things though after these pieces. So after those goblets, I'm getting into territory of like, and again, what makes sense for you will depend on what you want as a stopping point for farming, right? Because if you're in a situation where you just want to get usable enough pieces, you don't need to min-max to the level that I'm min-maxing. But like I have a higher standard of like build investment threshold that I like to have for like substat value on my builds than is actually necessary for most of the content in the game. But also the new content having a higher DPS check might incentivize you to transition. If you were someone who currently didn't really care about min-maxing builds that much, you might care more about that with the new endgame, maybe. But anyways, the priorities after those goblets for me would be, I had this on the list before, but I think this one's going to get axed from the list. Not that piece. I thought it was a relatively recent piece. Yeah, it was this piece. I got this from a boss relatively recently. This is a 4-line piece, and like it rolled good. But I would really like to have a 40 CV attack percent time piece on gladiators. But realistically, because of the fact that it's 2 cost, and there is definitely no guarantee I actually get an improvement for this piece, like it doesn't actually make sense, I think, for me to reroll this piece. At least not for a while. And then there's the other perspective, and these are the last pieces, which is either the other Skirk pieces, because there's actually a Skirk time piece I could consider rerolling. It's in a similar situation as this one is. Or it's the same like crit value, but like, you know, could be improved. I don't remember if it was a 4-line actually. I don't know. You know, but I have, you know, Dia artifacts. Can we scroll and find those? So like my Dia artifacts, I really like Dia, and there's like minor improvements I could have by re-rolling pieces on my Dia. And Dia is actually an interesting context now to reevaluate compared to when I first yapped about considering re-rolling her pieces. Now that I know that it costs more to re-roll circlets, goblets, timepieces relative to the cost of re-rolling flowers and feathers. So like, do I consider, and this is in min-maxy territory, do I consider re-rolling my Dia flower or feather first? Because initially, when I was assuming that they were the same cost, that was what I was hoping, at least, I was like, okay, it probably doesn't make sense to reroll my flower over rerolling my timepiece options. Yeah, these are all 3-liners. Like this piece might still make sense, but I don't know. I'm still skeptical because while it could roll meaningfully better, like this one has a higher chance when rerolling of giving me a better overall stat value than the flower. I could reroll the flower twice, right? And I know this already had 4 crit rolls, but the low crit value kind of is unfortunate. But it probably doesn't make sense. It probably makes more sense to reroll this piece, most likely. But again, either one of these only really makes sense in the context of C6 or sorry, C4 plus Dia. Right now I'm using an ER timepiece. Do I reroll the ER timepiece? Right now I'm of the opinion kind of no. But like I don't know. I could definitely. This is triple minimum roll crit damage, which is really insulting. But also, if like I reroll this and it rolls, you know, min roll and the crit damage, min roll and the crit rate, flat HP, attack percent, like a Thanos rolls instead, that's a worse piece to a meaningful degree. So like, and it being double the cost means like I don't know if it makes that much sense. This was a 3-line piece. It's already like near ideal in some ways, so I don't think that makes sense. Oh yeah, and then there's the circlet, which this is a 4-line circlet. Like, do I reroll the circlet? I don't know. This is a weird one too. Where like I actually really like the balance of stats here. The def roll is the only actually bad roll. The HP roll is quite good for her damage. And then it's just like, yeah, it would be nice to have like additional crit roll instead of defense. But for a 2 cost, I don't know, right? This is where this becomes complicated. Because and this is just me this is just me struggling to evaluate just the baseline of it costing 2 versus 1 for rerolling at all. And just with the 2 guaranteed stats. In case you weren't aware, this whole information part of this here is, and part of what they showed originally, there was implication in the stream that you could repeatedly use these rerollers. And the assumption right now is that it's on the same artifact, that it's not tracked on an account level. If it is tracked on an account level rather than a per artifact level, that makes this better. But I think the safer assumption is assuming it tracks on a per artifact level. Wherein, like, if you target rerolling the same artifact with a whole bunch of rerollers, we don't know exactly how many. You would think that this says how many, where it says, oh, each requires 1 thing. At 6 progress points, you do an advanced reconfiguration. Every 2 advanced reconfiguration. But the phrasing of this makes some either it takes like on the lowest level it might only take like 9, but like probably not. On the lowest level, it probably takes like 15. So for flowers and feathers to guarantee getting 4 rolls. But anyway, we'll talk about that in a second. But like that's a muddying factor. Does it seem complicated to worry about this? I agree. It does seem complicated. So it's a mess. This is like really convoluted as far as like trying to figure out what the thing that makes sense for you to do is. And ultimately you need to like spend some time thinking what your priority is. Do you prioritize using the rerollers to spend less resin in the domain? Or the opposite perspective is, do you prioritize spending the rerollers to min-max your build? Right now, I don't think spending the rerollers to min-max your build makes a lot of sense versus just trying to use them on multiple different artifacts for different character builds across the account as a whole. For like the specific artifacts that you have that just like were really good artifacts that rolled unfortunately, right? I think initially for a lot of people, the artifacts that make the most sense to reroll are going to be pieces like I mentioned before, with those really high value onset goblets. Like either of these goblets for me, heck, even the one on my eye currently, either of these goblets for me could be very high value onset goblets, right? Therefore, like these are kind of priority reroll targets for me. Obviously, they might not be for you. It doesn't mean you should just automatically reroll this Electro Goblet if you don't have an actual character you're going to use it on. But at the same time, arguably, it doesn't necessarily make sense for me to reroll target these first because most of the Electro characters aren't doing so much of their damage from just their Electro damage itself that getting 1 more crit roll is going to change the experience using like getting 1, or let's assume I get I reroll this, and it rolls like one more ER, the attack percent roll and the ER roll goes into crit damage, and it high rolls the crit damage and crit rate. Then like, wow, that would make my Yai go from like 93 crit rate to like 96, 97 crit rate and 220 crit damage. That'd be like a meaningful improvement. But like, would that actually change my clear times? Probably not. And in fact, there's situations where it might make my clear times worse because of the fact that I lost ER. Like being able to burst every other rotation on Yai kind of matters, and it's possible that having barely not enough, or not even every other rotation, because technically this Yai build can burst every rotation if I'm doing extended rotations. Right now, I tend to play her in a way that I burst every other rotation, but not C6 Yai. But when I get C6 Dia is going to extend the rotation times for this Dia Yai Eons on team, Shiver's team. And if Dia C6 extends the rotations, then Yai burst every rotation makes a lot more sense. I might need more ER on her, right? So yeah. So like, do I reroll an artifact like this one? Right now, I think the answer is no. Not initially. I think it makes more sense to reroll this one, particularly because I can reconfigure my Yai build around a bit to use this as an onset goblet. Like if I reroll this and it rolls like equivalent or better than this does, then I can go into Yoink. This is currently on Arlecchino, but who cares about Arlecchino? Nobody. I care about Yai. I can go and yoink this from my Arlecchino, and this is, you know, one of the best circlets on my account. This is not a reroll target. There is no reality where this makes sense to reroll. You might be like, oh, but the crit damage rolls are low. Oh no, the crit damage rolls can be low on the reroller still, right? Like that's a very important thing to understand about this mess. And none of this crap changes the fact that rerolls themselves can still have low values. And the fact that like what you gotta know is that the fact that there's a variation from for crit damage, we'll use crit damage because it's the simplest one. You have every substat in the game, for anyone who's not aware, varies on 4 different levels. So for crit damage, is the minimum roll is 5.4, then it goes 6.2, then it goes 7%, and then it goes 7.8. And that variation is enough that in the course of like 4 different upgrades into crit, you know, getting let's compare like worst case scenario versus best case scenario. So 5.4 times 4 is 21 crit value. This is just of the upgrades, not assuming any baseline stats. 21.6 crit value. So 21.6 crit damage, right? Crit value is just 2 times crit rate plus crit damage. I'm just assuming all crit damage rolls for simplicity. But you double crit rate. And crit rate roll values, by the way, are exactly half of crit damage. So like a minimum roll in crit rate is 2.7. Max roll is 3.9. Anyways, 21.6 is minimum roll. Whereas maximum roll is 7.8 times 4 is 31.2. There's literally 10 crit value difference. Notably, like the difference in the spread of 4 total upgrades, with low rolls and high rolls, is more than a maximum roll of stats, such that like there's I'm not gonna go and try to hunt for these pieces, but there's many an artifact that I've gotten over the course of my years playing Genshin that the difference in it being an upgrade or not was if it low rolled or high rolled. And that is usually the difference in what makes actually you whether or not you get a 40 CV or not. Like, to be clear, there's not really a functional difference between a 39 CV and a 40 CV piece, right? The gameplay experience difference of this artifact versus this one, but if it was I don't know, 19.4 crit rate, which is not a 40 CV piece technically, that doesn't matter. That's an arbitrary monkey brain likes that it's like a nice looking number situation. And the reason I mention this roll variation in particular is because the information we have says that when you use 1 million of these, and again, the assumption is you have to use it on one particular piece. So when you use the rerollers on one particular artifact, as you use more and more of them, and again, we don't know exactly how many there are. Like, we can make some guesses based on the information, but I think that's not important right now. I don't think it matters how much, that much. It does matter how much, to be clear, like for evaluating in specific context, but only really for min-maxy context. When it takes a bunch of these reroll, when you use a bunch of these rerollers, the assumption on one specific artifact, you can guarantee 4, not 5. You can guarantee 4 crit rolls, or 4 of the chosen stat technically. If you are if you're a respectable player, you can choose to spend 20 rerollers on min-maxing your Favonius Shenhe piece. Anyways, so like that's important because one, the assumption is also based on the information we're providing, that when you get to the point of being able to get the guaranteed 4 reroll 4 stats, that doesn't guarantee their high roll values. So what can happen there? And this is why I wanted to illustrate the thing with the low roll values versus high roll values. What can happen is that your upgrades before you get to the 4. This will happen to a lot of people. If you focus too much on trying to chase that getting to the guaranteed 4 crit rolls thing because you think it's going to guarantee a 40 CV piece, and if you're using it on a 4 line, it's like very likely you'll get a 40 CV. But anyways, guaranteed 4 lines. The assumption is that this system works, by the way, the same as the elixirs do. Wherein elixirs, that when they guarantee the stats for whatever you choose, they don't increase the chance of getting a higher, like a really high value piece. They just ensure that you get a certain minimum value. Because it's a pity system for your guaranteed rolls, it doesn't actually increase the overall chance. So this means if you're assuming that, oh, this artifact reroller will increase the chance you get a 50 CV piece, it will not. Unless this information is wrong. Wherein there's no way to guarantee getting 5 rolls. It is not possible right now from the information we have. It's only possible to use 1 million of these things on one piece, and it guarantees 4 crit rolls, not 5, right? And since if it doesn't guarantee 5, there's no way to guarantee it to get 5. There is literally 0 increased chance. There's literally 0 increased chance of getting a 50 CV piece from this system. I saw a lot of people in discussion threads assuming that would be the case. It is not. So, no. And by the way, that doesn't matter, quite frankly. You might say that's like lame or whatever. It literally doesn't matter, in my opinion. 50 CV pieces do not matter. What matters more than 50 CV pieces is whether or not you have 4-line pieces that like 4-line double crit pieces that also have other relevant stats, right? The pieces you should be targeting are not for rerolls, are not pieces that you're hoping to get 50 CV. The pieces you should be targeting for rerolls are pieces that are 4-line starts with double crit that also have like attack percent or EM. So even when you don't get the crit rolls, you still get valuable rolls or ER or whatever other stats are relevant, like HP for HP scalars, whatever, right? So yeah, stat value matters way more than just overall crit value. There's many an artifact you can look at on Akasha that just because it has like an additional attack percent roll is more important than having a little bit of additional crit value for like your Akasha ranking, if that's what we're talking about for hyper min-maxing. But anyways, the fact that the rerollers do not have the ability to guarantee 5 crit rolls or five of your chosen stats means I don't think it doesn't really matter at all to consider using the rerollers from a context of going all into one artifact very often. I think I think a lot of people might end up right now, I think they are, and just in the future, I think a lot of people might get too focused on the fact that you can technically use these to guarantee a piece rolls entirely into crit. But on a statistics level, what we need to look at, let's break this down a little bit, right? We don't know we don't know how many it's going to cost, but let's look at my goblet. Let's be optimistic in some ways, and let's assume Let's assume I go all into this goblet. For let's say I love Skirk. She's my favorite character in the game. I want to min-max her. I have the near perfect starting stats for a goblet for her. Okay, cool. I wanna put all my rerollers over the next like 4 months into this cryo goblet to perfect it. And like, oh, it says it's gonna guarantee 4 crit rolls, so I'm gonna chase the 4 crit rolls, right? This is a 4-line start, right? So what is the end result here? Let's assume so it's gonna take 2 rerollers per goblet, right? From the information we have. Yeah, the flat HP rolls. The ruiner of dreams, but oh well. Anyways, so it takes 2 rerollers per for a goblet, and then let's be as optimistic as we possibly can. And I do not think this is actually what it's going to be, but the most optimistic. So it says each dust of revelation consumes 1 sacred edict. At 6 progress points, consumes 6 to trigger advanced reconfiguration. And the advanced reconfiguration is where it transitions from guaranteeing 2 of the chosen stats to guaranteeing 3 of the chosen stats. And again, this is assumed to be a pity system like elixirs, so it doesn't actually increase the chance of getting the really high value pieces. It just makes sure you don't get it makes sure you don't get anything less. That's all it does. It makes sure you don't gain anything less. It doesn't actually increase the chance of getting anything more. So and also you can still get low roll values. Yeah, like I have on this artifact currently, I actually have 2 or I have near maximum rolls. Like this is 1 high roll and 2 max rolls, I believe, on this crit damage. So it's very likely that my first reroll just like is a side grade or even a minor downgrade, right? In that case, I wouldn't keep the reroll, of course, right? Because you don't have to keep the new stats, which is a good thing. Anyways, let's be the most optimistic possible, which I think is likely not how this works. But each dust of revelation consumes 1. At 6, consumes 6 points to do advanced, so that's where it's 2. And then every 2 advanced configurations will upgrade the next one to decree reconfiguration. So this is phrased in a way that's a little weird. And this is why there's various assumptions being made from anywhere from like, it might take 30 of these, like 30 total of the rerolls to get to the 4 guaranteed. Decree reconfiguration is the 4 guaranteed. Or it might take more, or it might take less. So let's be super optimistic, and I without like breaking down if this is actually a possibility. Let's just be super optimistic and assume that maybe in 20 rerollers, so that's 10 total instances of rerolling. Actually, I don't even think. No, let's be optimistic and assume 30. I think 30 is the realistic, optimistic perspective. Let's assume 30, so 15 rerolls. Because I think that's based on what this says. The most likely is that like 30 is what it is. It based on the phrasing though, it could be assumed to be much worse because it's possible that one thing people might be guessing is that you use 6. You get to advanced reconfiguration, but then after you get to advanced configuration, it resets to the basic configuration, and you have to do another 6 basic ones to do an advanced again. So this means it might be like 6, 7, so it's 12. Yeah, it might be like 40, 50. Anyways, I'm OMG, I'm starting to tune out. Yeah, okay. The point with this, if you want to tune out, is that ignore the decree. Okay? Right? Like that's the point of this, is my overall point. Like, even if we're being kind, I think. Even if we're being kind and we assume it takes only 30 of these rerollers, which by the way, 30, let's assume you're buying the double paid battle pass, because you can theoretically get 5 rerollers per patch if you're completing difficulty 5 in single player of the new endgame, and you're buying the baseline $10 battle pass, and then you can also technically pay another $10. Don't do this. Please don't do this. It's stupid to pay $10 just for a reroller. But let's assume you are. If you're doing 30, if you're getting 5 per patch, 30 divided by 5 is still 6 patches. So it takes 6 patches to guarantee to do this, right? So let's assume 30 though. 30 costs, which is a total of 15 rerolls, right? So after rerolling 15 times, and I think this is a generous assumption. I think this is a generous assumption. And again, this could be maybe made better, by the way. Again, if this is all assuming that like it's tracked on an individual artifact level, not across the whole account. If it is tracked on usage across the whole account, that changes the evaluation of the decree system quite a lot. Wherein like I could reroll some random whatever pieces for a while, and then when I actually get to the decree, I could go use the decree roll on here if it's tracked account wide rather than per artifact. The assumption we're gonna be safe, I think, and assume that it's like on a per artifact level. But anyway, so 15 total rerolls. So the question to ask yourself, right, is what is the chance that I get? Because also the assumption is once you get to the decree reroll, that you lose after you decree reroll, it goes back to the 2 rerolls. There's a chance of getting 50 CV. I mean, the reason is not 50 CV, but the point is like, okay, so decree roll takes 15 rerolls to get to, and if it resets at the end and roll variation is what it is, what is the actual like expected value I get from this piece, right? So we know I started with 2.7 crit rate, and let's assume I had a max crit damage roll. It might have started with 7 technically. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Let's assume I started with 7.8 plus 5.4 crit value. So the starting crit value of this piece was 13.2. Now, the decree guarantees a total of 4 crit rolls, right? And the average roll value on like per roll is going to be 5.4 plus 6.2 plus 7 plus 7.8 divided by 4, which is 6.6, which is not a possible roll value, but that's what it is on average. So 6.6, and it's guaranteed 4 rolls. So the average crit value you gain from a decree usage, which is a ton of rerollers, is 6.6 times 4 is 26.4. If we're starting with 13.2 crit value, this is a 39.6 crit value artifact, which is a very good artifact, right? Yes, that's a very good artifact. Like the expected value of the decree roll should be 39.6 crit value. But the problem is it takes 15, this is a context where we're taking 15 rerolls to get to this in the first place. So what is the chance of this piece rolling that well before you even get to it, right? Before you get to the point where it guarantees that value. Which this is a little bit more complicated to figure out, because we can again assume the average 6.6 crit value, but so if we ignoring the guarantee system entirely, because again the guarantee system doesn't increase the chance of getting it, just makes it so you don't get you get a minimum baseline number of rolls into those chosen stats. It's a pity system. It is not a increased chance to get a higher value artifact, and we're comparing higher values. So we can ignore the guarantee rolls for all the previous ones, for comparing to the value of the decree roll. So what we do is it's a 50-50, right? It's 25% chance each stat. So it's a 50-50 to get into crit rate or crit damage. Although attack percent, it's worth mentioning. Like in the context of let's say you use 10 rerollers on this piece. Use 10 rerollers on this piece, and you get one. This is what I'm trying to illustrate here, right? If you use 10 rerollers in this piece, and I get one that rolls high roll values, say it's 3.9 crit rate plus 2.7, so say that'd be a total of 6.6, and let's assume 2 crit damage rolls that are max, and we're assuming max crit rolls to start, so that'd be 6.6 crit rate, 23.4 crit damage. So that's like minorly better in crit value than my current piece, but those 2 other rolls both went into attack percent. So that like the attack percent stat here is 15.6 attack percent. So basically if I in using 10 rerollers went and got 1 additional line of crit value and 1 additional line of attack percent, do I stop there or do I continue rerolling? You can continue rerolling from that point if you want, right? Because continuing to reroll from that point doesn't force you to use the new piece, right? The problem is that like that piece is already essentially a near perfect piece for Skirk, right? Like can you get minor improvements from getting crit damage rolls versus attack percent rolls? Potentially, yeah. But depending on your investment level and what your exact team for Skirk is, it's possible attack percent rolls, depending on what the balance of your other artifact stats are, and again, how many other attack percent buffs you're getting if you're like using Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers in the team. Whatever, right? If you actually are using Noblesse on your, or are you actually using Tenacity on your Farina? Are you just using Golden Troop on your Farina out of convenience? Because that's like less attack percent sources. The less attack percent sources you have, the more exaggerated the value of attack percent and substats will be. And the point is there is the possibility for actually a number of people to have Skirk builds where attack percent substat rolls can be equivalent or maybe even better for damage improvement than crit damage rolls. And so my point with this is like, again, this context of like, I love Skirk so much, I'm going to reroll this goblet until I get it to be perfect. If in rerolling it, I get to the point of advanced tuning, which guarantees 3 crit rolls, and the other 2 non-crit rolls go into attack percent, especially if there's high value crit rolls, it probably makes sense to stop there, right? Because continuing to reroll the piece is unlikely to give a better like stat value piece than that. And then if you might be like, oh, but eventually I'll get to the decree and I'll guarantee another crit roll. And like, yes, but it won't guarantee, even if it guarantees another crit roll, it doesn't guarantee its higher roll value, right? So let's again, we're assuming this context of like, we got a little bit lucky in going to the decree, getting like maximum crit rolls and attack percent rolls. So it's like, it's a let's see, plus, what is it? It's a 36.6 CV piece in this context with 3 attack percent rolls. A very, very, very good goblet for Skirk. But then the decree roll, okay, but let's say we keep on going because I am hell-bent on min-maxing my Skirk. I want more crit value, right? The decree roll, assuming it resets to 0 and it doesn't let you continue to reroll it after you get to the decree state, if you can just indefinitely reroll it after you get to the decree state, that does change things, right? But assuming not, and it does reset, like seems to be the case, then what happens is like, since we only get 1 decree roll, we only get 1 chance at the 4 guaranteed lines, then like what happens if we get just slightly unlucky and we get lower roll values, right? Let's say we get minimum roll values, but so we get 4 crit rolls versus the 3 crit rolls we got before. Well, then it's 5.4, so all minimum roll. This is the worst case scenario, to be clear, not the average case. The average case should still be a slightly higher crit value piece, but it'd be a slightly higher crit value in conjunction with losing an attack percent roll, which still might be a worse piece, even with the average result. But let's assume the worst case, though. So 5.4 times 4, plus 2.7 plus, oh wait, I already did this before, but 7.8 is a 32 crit value piece. So like, you could likely, in this context, you could likely go all the way, you could go from like having a 36 crit value piece plus 3 attack percent rolls to going from that to using the decree roll, using a bunch more rerollers that could have been used for other artifacts, right? For other builds, or just other artifacts on the Skirk build, right? Rather than just going all in the goblet. Like my point with this illustration is to hopefully make it obvious that you shouldn't. There's very rarely a circumstance where you should focus this much on getting the guaranteed rolls from one artifact because it's too resource expensive relative to the value of just re-rolling other pieces at a baseline, right? And this only really makes sense from a super stupid hyper min-maxy perspective, such as some dumbass that tries to get number 1 Arlecchino, right? Chinese dudes already be drawing bazillion graphs. Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. The Chinese dudes already drawing a bazillion graphs is basically them trying to lay down on a graphical, concrete numbers perspective what I'm yapping about here, while also trying to do some like simplified math on my calculator, while yapping to you. So anyways, 32.1 crit value potentially is like the worst case scenario for decree roll to roll, but that's 32.1 crit value with an additional crit roll, which means you're getting a less attack percent roll. And it's also possible that the final roll didn't go into attack percent in the first place. It actually went into HP or something. So like you might have a lower crit value piece with the decree roll and 2 less attack percent rolls than one of your previous rolls did when they got lucky, right? And to be clear, and this is not me saying you're guaranteed to get, the 3 maximum crit value rolls and those 2 attack percent rolls. But if you're re-rolling one artifact this many times, it's fairly likely that you will wind up in a circumstance where if you're just looking at whether or not a crit rate or crit damage will happen at all, rather than trying to evaluate the value of those crit rolls, like whether or not they were max rolls or minimum rolls, and what the other stats are, like whether or not I rolled into the attack percent here versus the flat HP, in evaluating whether or not it makes sense to continue re-rolling it past that point. Like you really have to look at these roll values to evaluate whether or not, and the roll values of the stats that aren't just crit too, right? And this is part of the reason by the way, why you should be re-rolling pieces that ideally don't just have double crit. It should be double crit 4-line pieces that also have like attack percent or EM or HP or ER, whatever stat is beneficial for your build. Like, I think it's quite risky to actually even consider going all in to just a piece that only has 2 relevant stats. So anyways, but like what is the chance? So if it takes 15 instances of rerolls to get to a guaranteed piece, what is the chance that you get a like 40 crit value piece before getting to, since a decree roll, right? So using 15 rerolls, once you get to that point, that should, unless you get a little unlucky, but it's close enough to guaranteeing a nearly 40 CV piece, right? What is the chance that you get a 40 CV piece before that point is the question. And what you have is you have a 50% chance. Let's do an S. So you got 50% chance on each end of it. This is a little. I should have had TARS here to help me with doing this probability, because this is more complicated to do off the top of my head. But it's fine. We're just doing rough estimates to illustrate the point. So 50%. So it's a 1 in 2 chance to get crit rolls every time, right? So, and you have 5 total upgrades. But you only theoretically need 4 to get a 40 crit value, right? Anyways, so 50-50. It's a 1 in 2, times 1 in 2 times 1 in 2 times 1 in 2. So 4 total rolls is a 1 in 16 chance at a baseline, right? You have a 1 in 16 chance at a baseline starting point from a 3-line piece, to be clear, to get all crit rolls, right? With a 4-line piece, you have a much higher chance of getting 4 total crit rolls because you have an additional roll that gives you wiggle room, right? Where you could miss one of your rolls but still have an additional chance of getting 4 total crit rolls. It's a 1 in 32, to be clear, to get all 5 crit rolls, but we're not checking for all 5. We're checking for all 4, and then hoping for, and then just hoping for average rolls, right? Because we're comparing to average rolls with average rolls would be like 39.6 crit value, ish. So about 40 CV, close enough, with the decree roll versus this. So like 1 in 16 at a baseline, right? 1 in 16 at a baseline to get all crit rolls. But remember, it takes 14 re-rolls to get to that point. Sorry, not 14. Our optimistic estimation is it takes about 15 re-rolls to get to a decree roll in the first place. And if it's a 1 in 16 chance to get 4 crit rolls, which actually it's higher than that, to be clear, because again, if you're re-rolling a 4-line piece, you have a higher chance in this. Like, you're probably going to get a higher crit value piece as long as you chose a 4-line piece. You're probably going to get a higher crit value piece rolling this, just re-rolling it at a baseline. Ignoring the guarantees entirely, just re-rolling it at a baseline, you're probably going to get a higher crit value piece before, or not higher crit value, higher stat value piece before you get to the decree roll. So the point is, ignore it. That's my opinion right now. Unless we learn new information. Ignore it unless you're a hyper min-maxer, right? Like I am technically, I haven't decided I'm going to commit to this, but if I continue to try to chase number 1 Arlecchino on polearms only, I'm realistically going to have to make the decision. That's the wrong build, but whatever. If I'm going to continue to chase number 1 Arlecchino on my polearm only account, then I probably need to use these rerollers to the extent where I go all in onto one piece. But I still have to be smart with my stopping point, right? Like, I don't necessarily go all in, because again, they can't guarantee 5 crit rolls. They can only guarantee 4. Another weird factor is if you do go all in, I think that it technically doesn't matter that if it's a 3-line that much. It does matter. It's still better to do 4 lines at a baseline because the reroll's on the way. But anyways, so like it's much more important. The ultimate point, all this yap, this is a freaking like hour-long yap to basically say just the most valuable thing about the rerollers is that they let you reroll pieces at all. The guarantee system is a minor bonus that makes things messy. That's all. Like that's all. Like but like evaluating exactly what makes sense to do because of the option of the guarantee system is complicated and will depend on your account. It will depend on the current state of your artifacts for a particular build. It will depend on the relevance of how much like an extra crit roll on a particular build actually increases your team's damage, because a crit roll on your hyper carry, DPS, a crit roll on your Mawika, who is doing 90% of the team's damage, is very different in value from a crit roll on. Well, you don't build anyone else on Mawika in that kind of team. Well, let's say Overload Mawika, right? Mawika, if you're playing her on field in an Overload team. Actually, let's use it for Ressa. Maybe she's a better example because you do usually put. Well, no, you don't usually put off field damage. Well, you can. Sorry. Anyways. Arlecchino is maybe a better example, but anyways, playing her sometimes with off-fielders that, point being, crit rolls have higher value on units that are doing more of the team's damage, right? In the Skirk context, actually Skirk's maybe the best example. We can go back to her again. A crit roll on Skirk is going to have higher value to get an upgraded roll onto for the team's damage increase than a crit roll on Escoffier, because Escoffier is doing less of the team's total damage. So like a 7 crit damage roll on Escoffier when she's only doing, I don't know, what, 20-ish, whatever percent of the team's damage, ignoring the fact that she's contributing much more functionally by doing the red shred too, just her personal talent damage, which is what the crit roll affects. Then, we're talking like, okay, a 1 crit roll increase on someone who's contributing 20% of the team's damage is obviously less than the value 1 crit roll has on the unit that is contributing 60% of the team's damage, which is Skirk in this context, right? So specifically for improving your Skirk team, even if your Escoffier has like, say, a Cope 20 CV timepiece or something, it might be more worth chasing upgrades on your Skirk that are more unlikely to get than it is to chase upgrades on your Escoffier, right? On a damage improvement level for the team. So that's a factor too, and again, ultimately, it comes down to what are your priorities, what is your personal preferences at the end of the day, what characters do you like the most? Because like realistically, people don't make decisions just on what's optimal. People make decisions on what character they like, and they want the build to like look nice, right? Like I'm well aware that hyper investing into re-rolling my Dia artifacts isn't the smartest play, but I might want to re-roll her artifacts anyways to get the perfect Dia build for different situations. Even if I don't use this HP timepiece all the time, I would consider re-rolling it to try to get the perfect timepiece for the situations I could consider using it, which is probably only realistically when I get C6 Dia. So, anyways, Akasha leaderboards are going to be a war zone. Yeah, Akasha leaderboards are going to be all kinds of fucky now, because the people that are really dedicated to those characters, aka the really highest end, will be weirdly skewed. Like if you want to get in the top ranking, you shouldn't. This is not like a thing that affects your gameplay experience. So like this is a thing you do to stroke your own ego and be like, haha, I've dedicated the most resources to this character. AKA like going for #1 Arlecchino, right? Like my gameplay experience of Poems Only does not change by trying to go for #1 Arlecchino. But going for #1 Arlecchino means like the difference in whether or not you get high roll values, and like the difference in whether or not like I might lose Arlecchino leaderboard spots, not because this is low roll value, low crit value, but because it doesn't have attack percent. By the way, this is a good example of like this piece has higher crit value than this piece. But you see how this says 700% roll value, this says 630. It's because this has a max attack percent roll. So even with less crit value, this piece is better than this piece, right? This is what I'm talking about. We're like, Like Akasha leaderboards are going to become hyper min-maxy at the very top end, where like it's going to be down to like whether or not you have a 5.4 versus a 6.2 crit damage roll, and like literally whether or not you have like flat attack in conjunction with your attack percent in the case of like an overload Arlecchino leaderboard. I'm not kidding. So like these rerollers, you might think, oh, the rerollers make it easier to get a min-max build, and like technically, kind of yes, but it takes so much time and so much like going all into like one character that it doesn't make resource sense to do that. It's really insane. So like the rerollers for min-maxing Akasha builds are insanity. Like it's just gonna make no sense in my opinion. So I can tell you I am never gonna chase a #1 spot on my main account. I don't think, because it just doesn't make sense. Anyway, I think that's all I have to say about it. Yeah, ignore the guarantee stats thing. That's my overall vibe. That's my generic recommendation. If you're like confused, you don't want to think about it, ignore it. Ignore the guarantee system. Ignore it entirely. Just reroll based on what has the highest baseline stats. So reroll 4-line pieces. And reroll 4-line pieces, or maybe consider rerolling particular goblets that have good baseline stats, if they're onset goblets in particular. Because even like a 3-line onset goblet, because of the fact that an onset goblet's value is tied to how good of an off piece you, right? If an onset goblet, as an example, right? If an onset goblet like this enables you to use a really cracked off piece, like this piece, for example, right? Actually, I think, funnily enough, I think the gladiator circlet that I could use as an onset on my Yai is better, but we'll ignore that. Yeah, this is actually a better piece because the additional attack percent outweighs the like 3% crit damage, but anyways, or 2% crit damage. Point being, if it enables a really like cracked off piece or whatever, a onset goblet might be worth rerolling even if it's a 3-line. But generally speaking, I would default to rerolling 4-line pieces or just other really high value baseline pieces. So yeah, hype for the electrocharge character. I don't know. It depends on the actual kit. I know there was some information about it, but like, I don't really care until I see what the kit is. Also, I'm not gonna lie, that information kind of just gives the vibe of like the leaker watched a Zajeff video or something. Like a leaker watched the Zajeff video and they're like, ha, it'd be funny if we leaked that this character does what well-known theory crafter wanted. I don't know. I think it's great because it doubles the CV floor. Oh no, the guarantee. So, yeah, actually, that's worth mentioning. Yeah, that is a good thing. Like, I wanna like, I think the fact that these rerollers give a minimum baseline guaranteed value is a good thing, right? But you shouldn't care about it from a context of what gets you the best artifacts. That what the minimum guaranteed roll value stuff does is it makes sure that like the rerollers have higher value on a more universal sense, right? It means like if you are just trying to finish your builds because like you got like a double crit piece and it rolled only one time in a crit, right? Even if it's just a 3-line. Like let's say you're farming for Skirk's artifacts, whether or not it makes sense to farm her domain or not. Like you're farming for Skirk's artifacts. This happened to me on my casual account, right? I think I'm just gonna use gladiators on that account, but let's say you're farming her signature artifacts, you got a flower that was double crit, no other relevant rolls, just double crit flower, and it was a 3-line, but it only rolled once into crit, right? Well, like, for an account that's not farming that much, the fact that the reroll is guaranteed 2 guaranteed rolls for that flower, so I can use 1 reroller on that flower to gain 1 guaranteed additional crit roll is a very good thing, right? That is a very good thing. I think that's where it's most valuable, right? Is for lower investment builds, the guaranteed rolls, and this is the same thing with elixirs, right? The guaranteed rolls are pretty good. So like, don't get me wrong, it's good that it has it. It's not a bad thing at all that the system is there, other than the fact that if you are someone that's trying to min-max your builds, it complicates things. And it complicates things to a degree where, like, I think it, generally speaking, just won't be worth it. Where's this Oculus? It's under the water. This is way too complicated for me to care about. Yeah, which is why I said just if you're, unless you're just trying to, like, you need to decide only if you are. You need to decide only if you are trying to like perfect like min-max a build, or if you are trying to use them to avoid having to farm for new pieces, right? So if you're trying to use the rerollers because, you know, you got a Skirk artifact or a Varesa Plunge artifact that just rolled cope, but you want to be done with farming the domain so you can focus on building other characters, then using the rerollers to like reroll a baseline piece that just rolled poorly in the first place is, even if it's only a 3-line, is what makes sense. It's not like necessarily the optimal thing to do, but if it lets you save 4,000 resin from the domain that could be spent on leveling new characters, that can make sense, right? Just keep the 4 guaranteed rolls. No, I think you should almost entirely ignore the 4 guaranteed rolls. But my point of the whole yap before was that, like, in going for the 4 guaranteed rolls, it's likely that you get an upgrade that is better than what the 4 guaranteed rolls will be. On the assumption, at least, that the thing does reset to 0 after you do the decree roll. If it doesn't reset to 0 after you do the decree roll, that changes things a bit. How do you move these? Ah. Haven't had to do one of these in 3D space before. Is that gonna do it? Wait, where do I activate it? Yay. Wait, what? Does that work? I need to pop it. The bottom didn't reach. This is annoying. Like, I have to assume it's just raising a little bit, right? It's like smack dab in between. Alright, we're leaving it at that. We're leaving it at that. Nightline. No, not Nightline. Mondstadt, actually. Go here. Thoughts on weapon skins? Good. I guess. Not really. I don't know. Like, it's... I think it's fine. I think a cosmetic reward... I would honestly have been more annoyed with it if it was like something that allowed, if it was not Hoyo's choice and it was our choice, if it was a skin that like let me make, if it was a skin that let me make, you know, Lanyon's Lanyon's a bad example because I don't even think it matters, but I don't know. Anyways, if it was a skin that let me change, you know, Cogger's Verity into look like I had Fav on Yai because that'd be funny. You know, I'd be a little more salty because that would be funny to have. I'd want that more. The fact that it's just like a temporary cool looking thing is like, okay, cool. It's cool. Why does it expire though? Because it should. Because the game doesn't need more FOMO bullshit. And I think it's a very good thing that, you know, well, good job wasting Dia's burst here. I think it's a very good thing that there's not like a permanent FOMO reward for very high difficulty content. That like people would care the hell about it. Like people would really care about it, it would make a lot of people wail. It would make a lot of people wail if it was not temporary. The fact that it is temporary will stop people from spending money. And that's very good. Right? The fact that MiHoYo made a decision that is going to make people... That is not like a profit min-maxing situation. And yeah, maybe they did it out of concern... Maybe they did it out of concern that it would make casuals quit. That might be right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. If people get pissed at a name card being permanent, that from an event that they can't get anymore, like, imagine how pissed they would be if the weapon skins were permanent, but like changed every so often. So I don't know. Like I don't know. I am of the opinion that it's actually a very good thing that they're not permanent for how difficult they are to get. Right, like. The alternative is that these things didn't exist at all, and that there was no reward for the difficulty 6. Which I'd also be fine with. I'd be fine if the difficulty 6 had no rewards at all. And particularly... Nice. That's the biggest deal there. And particularly if it is indeed doable, like even if it takes like really specific teams, if it is doable with C0 characters to get the 4-star skins, then like, you know, C0 5 stars, not C0 4 stars. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. If it really upsets you that much, it's a single player game. You might risk getting banned, but there'll be ways. There probably will be ways. I don't know what those ways are. I've not ever looked into it because I don't give a shit. So like, people already do cosmetic mods of the game for like character skins or whatever. And I think people usually don't get banned for doing character skins. Now, will MiHoYo ban people for using mods that give this thing for free? Maybe. I don't know. Like, you're taking a risk. I'm not going to recommend it. In fact, I recommend against it. But I don't know. Maybe if you care about these weapon skins so much, but can't acquire them, but really want them, maybe you're in a situation where you're fine with the reality either being you get the weapon skins or you get banned. I don't know. Yeah, you won't get banned until you do. But up to you if you want to take that risk. I highly recommend against it. And I can't tell you where to go even if you want to, because I'm not going to look into it. I do not even want the knowledge of how to do it. Because I yap too much. People have been banned before? Yeah. And like, but I know that people like use mods to like cheat on the stupid leaderboards, right? For events. Which is the most dumb thing to cheat on. Someone in my brother's friends list showed up that cheated on one of the recent event leaderboards, and he was like, "How did that person get that high of a score?" And I was like, "They just cheated. Just unfriend them. They're clearly just a fucking cheater." So I don't know. People will cheat for the skins, is my point. The weapon skins. Whether or not they get banned, it's, you know, that's up to MiHoYo, and whether or not they want to take the risk is up to them. It doesn't affect other players' experience, so I don't really care. I don't really care if people do that. Because, like, for me, getting them would be the satisfaction of getting them. Like, it's cool to, like, have a... It's cool to have a visual representation of something that was difficult to do. Right? True. Actually, that's a reminder I should end my stream shorter. I need to not stream for 2 more hours. Sucks that I got so much work to do. Do a 10 poll? F you. That's what I... Every time someone tells me to wish, I should just say... just tell you to go F yourself. That's what I should do. That should be a new policy for me going forward. Someone's trying to pressure me to wish, I'll just tell them to go F yourself. Anyways, when collab video will be released when I finish it. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure the collab video will be out when I finish it. Do a single pull? You. I can't do a flip. Never tried. What? Wait, what do you mean what? Did you... Is that a genuine what, Abood? Or did you miss what I literally just said? Did you literally just join and say do a single pull? Don't do a 10 pull? Will do. Do a flip note? I use flip note on the Nintendo DSi a lot when I was younger. Flip Note Studio was the shit. Like, if... That's like one of those, like, cultural past experiences of a thing that's, like, probably never gonna be a thing again. But, like, Flip Note Studio was amazing. And the fact that Nintendo hasn't tried to replicate this success blows my mind. I think it's just... You want to know why I think it is? It's because they accidentally made it a social media network. They made a social media system with Flip Note Studio by accident in trying to make a clever little game on the Nintendo DS that was just meant to like let people share animations, but instead it like became its own thing, and that's not what Nintendo likes. Nintendo doesn't like when people playing their games do their own thing. Nintendo likes you playing their game the way they like want you to play. So anyways, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I don't even there's probably someone. Let's see. I don't know if these are good videos, but let's do a Googly search. Flipnote Studio YouTube. I don't know what they were spamming, but thank you, Davey. And by the way, like you might have seen some of these animations because like there's still people I knew of these. Like there's still people that do like flip note style animations. They don't do them on the 3D. Oh, they might actually. I don't know. Maybe they'll try to. But like, if you've seen, mute the audio. But if you've seen these style of animations, these are flip note animations. This looks like it was actually done on the DS. So, anyways, well, that one was from 12 years ago actually. But then there's like this from 1 year ago. Was this still on the DS? That it looks too clean to be done on the DS, but maybe they're just using something that is better. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, Flipnote was awesome. I never got good at animating or anything, but it is realistically one of the things that made me more interested in animation in general. Even though it wasn't like oh, I never experienced animation before, but it was the first time I experienced like how animations get created, right? I don't know. I think it was something special. It was something special. So yeah. Anywho's. Soul brought back memories I didn't have. I mean, it wasn't me. It was the person in the chat that randomly said do a flip note. So, which I was like, yeah, I haven't thought about Flip Note Studio in a while. Anyways. My brain's computing. Is there anything else to do in this account? I was considering recording in the AI video on live stream while live streaming here. I think I'm not going to do that because I think I'm going to get too distracted yapping if I do that while being live. I saw some of the information about the new Electrocharge character. Honestly, I don't care because like the reason, not that I don't care about the character, I don't care about the information right now. Like I don't know, like we're going to get real information when the character's actually in beta. We're going to have the actual kit. We're going to have actual footage. I just really don't like when we get like, I don't know. Anyways, like, yeah, it seems like it might be interesting. I'm glad they might be doing a character that modifies the reaction, if that is true. But like, Better to switch to Yai and feel if you don't have Sacred Wind Weapon. I don't know what the frick you're talking about. Sacred Wind Weapon. You mean prayers? Oh, yeah. Sacred Wind. Everyone calls this Lost Prayers, so the fact that you call it Sacred Winds confused me. I don't think this really affects... This is a generic static for Yai that theoretically gives slightly higher value to on-fielding Yai, but it's mostly just a generic stat stick for Yai. I don't know. Like, I don't even think it's necessarily better than Widzit, to be clear, but it'll depend on your artifacts. I don't think the decision to on-field Yai is a decision that you make because of that having that weapon. I think you decide to on-field Yai because you want to, or because the team works in a way where it makes sense, like this one, where this team is not a team where it specifically has Yai off-field all the time. It has a dynamic of having Yai on-field some of the time, and having Dia on-field some of the time, right? So, that's my overall vibe. Anywho's, more official buffs, yeah, right. Yeah, we'll see. Like I can tell you how the specifics of the Electrocharge character will depend on how enjoyable they are. Is one, exactly how does the reaction modification work? Does it work in a way that incentivizes thinking about triggering the reaction more? Or is it just going to be this character, when used with Hydro and Electro, does more damage than... Like, if it's just like, this character turns Electrocharge into a reaction that scales on this character's crit stats. It's, like, kind of boring, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't know, maybe it'll still be visually interesting. I don't know. But if there's not additional official synergy, right? Like, I would hope that it has some kind of synergy wherein, like, triggering more Electrocharges is what increases this character's damage, more than just, like, building them on crit. But realistically, I suspect that it will be more, like, boring, and it will be, like, you know, you just have to trigger Electrocharge once, and then keep Electrocharge happening semi-often, but like it's not actually going to necessitate having more Electro application or more Hydro application. It's probably just going to be have the reaction happening at all, and this character does damage. Like, the information we have makes me think this character is just going to be like an Emily variant, functionally, which means they might be a fairly fun character, to be clear. I ended up liking Emily a lot more than I thought I was going to, but at the same time, I don't think what we've heard currently inherently is that interesting necessarily, if other units themselves can't take advantage of how this character is modifying the reaction. But we'll see. We'll see. It seemed to just be, to me, a convoluted way of making an Emily-like unit that wants a particular reaction happening to get increased crit scaling damage. It's more like Nilou, is it? Because I thought the information that we saw said specifically that the damage from, like, the thundercloud or whatever she spawns is based on her crit stats, or is based on her is to increase her personal damage. Specifically, which to me implied it's based on crit stats, right? It's like crit Nilou, okay, but like, no, it's not. Crit Nilou is just like a Hydro DPS. If you're talking, it's like crit Nilou. If crit Nilou made Blooms be able to crit, then like what's the difference? We're talking, what's the difference? The difference is you see a slightly bigger number pop up on screen, but like it's ultimately what's the balance that they land. I don't know. Like Nilou, I like the nuance of, to be clear, to some degree, because of the fact that you can that like having to care about how many times you're triggering the reaction matters. Whereas with this new character, I somewhat suspect, because of how the Electrocharge reaction works, it probably won't matter that much how many times you trigger the Electrocharge reaction, but I don't know. No, the Electrocharge damage scales with crit or crit damage. Yes, that's what I was saying. Which is boring. Unless it benefits, like, not just hers, but like the wording wasn't just wasn't just a. I don't like it seemed like she overrides the entirety of the damage and just makes it scale on crit, and it's like I don't know. Like, I'm sorry. I don't like the idea of an electrocharge character that removes the f***ing relevance of EM. Like, this is an asshole solution to like trying to make electrocharge better. Right? Like replacing electrocharge being EM scaling and then just making electrocharge scale on crit on her damage is functionally just making it that including this character in a team. Sorry, I'm being more negative now because now I have to like say my feelings in a less respectful way. But I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. I don't freaking know. My point is, we don't know. I don't know exactly what the character's functioning is. We don't actually have real information right now because it's not in beta. It's actually not that worth getting stressed over the details like this when we don't have the freaking kit. We have vague information of like some leaker saying that this is what it is, and it might be complete bullshit. It's happened before. Anyways. EM of the target character still matters. Okay, I don't know if it will though, because the problem with electrocharges is it's really hard to like specifically trigger electrocharge with one specific unit. This is part of the reason animos tend to get put into electrocharge teams. It's because you can more reliably tend to make the animo unit be the one that triggers the electrocharge reaction more in conjunction with trying to get a swirl that amplifies the talent damage. So like a official in an electrocharge team, like for example, a official in an electrocharge team doesn't usually want to be built with stringless. Her ideal weapon is harp. Like it's better to spec into crit than it is to spec into EM in an electrocharge team for official. Already. So like it's not that EM is useless, right? I don't know. I'm just skeptical that with how the base electrocharge reaction works, EM is going to be relevant to be built on characters. I don't know. So I think the electrocharge reaction might be my least favorite. My least favorite electro reaction. Like I feel like the electrocharge reaction should be more interesting than it is. I don't know. That's my overall vibe. So I have some bias against electrocharge, despite electro units kind of being my favorite element in the game generally at a baseline. And it's very likely I will end up liking this character, as long as I don't like hate the design or something in some other way, or she just like is power creepy eye at a baseline, which she might be. Wouldn't freaking surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me that you can use this character without Hydro at all, and she's just better than Yai. That would not surprise me. So, you know, because that is the current state of the game and how they're designing characters. What if she changes the reaction so she unlocks new iterations of electrocharge? What I would like to see is something that makes me have to think about the reactions being triggered. I would like to have a character that requires me to care about who is triggering reactions and when they trigger them, right? But how electrocharge works is inherently kind of against that idea. So I don't think it's going to work like that, because that'd be too clunky of a character, realistically, unless she changed even more about how the reaction works, which she could, right? She could change the reaction to function more like other reactions rather than how electrocharge functions. So I don't know. Anyways, we'll see where her balance ends up at. I at least hope she does not have generic value that she essentially replaces Yai, and especially if she is intended to be official power creep, this game is doomed. But anyways, there is no reality where, like, by official power creep I mean she applies so much, like more electro than official, while also doing like more damage than official. She's better than official in electrocharge, fine, but like every electro unit that releases should synergize with official, not replace official. Anywho's, no, I assume, I mean, based on the information we have, that's the one definitely good bit of information we have, is that supposedly she does not lock to Hydro Cryo teams, which is very good because a big part of the fun of electrocharge that electrocharge can have, that is being able to use it with other elements at the same time, right? So it would be extremely lame if you could not bring in that, but anywho's. It would be really funny if she was just like Escoffier, but electrocharge, by the way. And if she was just... if we get a team-wide healer. Ugh. I don't know. Is depending on how constant, because what, I don't remember what the phrasing was it, but like it said that it replaces electrocharge with a thunderstorm or whatever. If that thunderstorm is like pooping out electro in an AoE, she might become the best Hyperbloom unit in the game, like by far, because one of the main things limiting Hyperbloom teams right now is, and this would be a good thing actually. I unironically think this would actually be a good thing. But one of the like Raiden is the best Hyperbloom trigger in the game because she can trigger them every 0.9 seconds. But theoretically, you can, and this obviously is also dependent on generating this many cores in this amount of time, which is, but anyways, but theoretically, you can have enemies take 2 instances of Hyperbloom damage every 0.5 seconds, which means just from the Hyperbloom damage alone, the Hyperbloom damage ceiling is 140k DPS. It's not actually ever going to be that in practice, to be clear, but there is the possibility that this character is better enough for Hyperbloom teams that with the right Hydra units paired with her, Hydra and Dendra units paired with her, that can keep up enough Dendra core generation, such that having faster than 1 second hits, because if it's just constantly raining Electro, even if it's not applying Electro every second, it's on a per entity basis, so she could constantly trigger Hyperblooms. Therefore, theoretically, she could increase the Hyperbloom DPS ceiling, which is cool. So, anyways. Don't include Chevy in the same sentence as Escoffier. Chevy is much more versatile. What? I think Chevreuse is a much better designed character than Escoffier. I agree with that sentiment. As far as versatility goes, I mean, I think I can get where you're coming from a perspective of there's more compelling combinations of of Electro and Pyro units to make for compelling teams with Chevreuse, compared to Escoffier, who feels pigeonholed into Farina, Escoffier, plus pick your on-fielder, plus throw in one more buffer in some form, right? But and the reason for that is because they just done a much better job at releasing different kinds of Electro and Pyro units, right? In conjunction then with things that I think are smart with Chevreuse, in that you have to actually think. It's not that complicated, but you have to think about when you're actually triggering an overload, so that you get the overcharge ball to get your attack buff going properly. You have to think about the fact that you need overload to be triggered every 6 seconds to keep up the red shred buff. I think Chevreuse is much better designed, and much more mechanically satisfying to play, even if she still is simple at a baseline. When her teams and her good teams, they just kind of work without having to think about it much. But you still have to do a little bit on a team building level and whatever, whereas Escoffier is just put Farina in the team for most people, throw whatever else in the team, and then you do things. And that's kind of boring, right? So I can agree from that perspective that the teams for Escoffier teams feel less versatile. But on a universal level, on a holistic level of is Escoffier or Chevreuse more versatile as the character themselves? The fact that Escoffier is a versatile off-field unit and a team-wide healer, when not locked to full Hydro-Cryo teams, you can't ignore that versatility in Escoffier. Chevreuse doesn't do that. She has minor niche context where the fact that her C6 technically works outside of whatever, and the fact that so the notable things with Chevreuse that can work outside of full Electro Pyro teams is that she can give a team-wide 40% attack buff as long as there is an overload triggered at all. So you have to have an Electro unit to pair with her essentially. But you don't need a full Electro Pyro team technically to get the attack buff, which is cool. And then the other thing is the Pyro or Electro damage bonus does work as well. So one of the niche contexts this shows up is that like Chevreuse C6 for Chaska can be a fairly compelling option. As funny as it is. Chaska is not Pyro Hydro, but like that's extremely niche, right? Most of the time, like, I don't know, like, I don't think it's the same thing as a Scofier, wherein you can kind of just use her as a generic off-field, one of the best generic off-field damage dealers in the game, period. You know, so, I don't know. I think a Scofier at a baseline is a more versatile unit, is my point, than Chevreuse. But if you limit yourself to the context of their intended best teams, Chevreuse is more versatile simply because there's more compelling combinations of Electro and Pyro units compared to the combinations for Hydro and Cryo units, which comes down to the fact that, in my opinion, largely they haven't released that compelling of options for Hydro and Cryo 4-stars. But yeah. Plunge Scofier, yeah, I still need to go and try that. I don't really want to because I know it's going to be stupidly good. Anyways, we need to go on polearms only. That. Plunge into roulette, no. No. So Jeff has scarred me. Already talked about the artifact presets. I wonder if I should be farming Reruns, honestly. I usually ignore these events of poems only, and I have with this one too, but I maybe should. Because they would let me level up like more characters for theater, but again, I hate purposely leveling up. Like, the idea of like just passingly leveling up characters in poems only for theater is awful to me. I've only really been kind of okay, not really happy about it, but kind of okay with leveling up characters for theater when there's like a specific theater. It's like, okay, sure, like the last one, right, where I leveled up characters for theater to try to 10-star. That was fine, that was worth it for me for that goal, but most of the time, no. Dang it. Did I not claim my dailies? I didn't. What are you doing, brain? Don't scare for Skirk. I want Dahlia. I wish you the best of luck. If you want Dahlia, is there a reason? What context does it make sense to wish on Shenhe Banner? Oh, yawning. Oh, I'm sorry. What context does it make sense to wish on Shenhe Banner for Dahlia instead of Skirk? I guess if you're an Ayaka main, or you're a weirdo playing on a polearm only account, or you like building men? Oh, okay. Well, then you're screwed either way, and it doesn't matter. If it, oh, it's for the male only account. Okay, okay. Yeah. Well, if it's for a male only account, then it don't matter. Wish on whichever banner is funnier. So you know. No, I ain't talking about the reroller anymore. I had way long enough of a yap. Reroller is my reroller yap. Summary: ignore the guaranteed roll feature mostly. It's a nice bonus. The more important thing is rerolling at a baseline. That's all the important conclusion was. Anyways, But also, we still don't technically know. There's unknowns. What am I doing here? Why did I go here? I'm confused. Ah, frick! I just realized I need. Oh, should I go? Okay, like I didn't do a unit review stream today, so I should probably. The unit review stream is either going to be on Sunday or Monday. I'm gonna kick myself in the face, which is a bit of a maneuver, I think, but I will do my best to kick myself in the face if I fail to do a unit review stream before the patch update. Because of the patch updates, then I'm just gonna be distracted with whatever new things, and like, you know, it's gonna take another month before I consider doing one again. So I didn't need to do that. Whatever. I have 15,030. I don't need more. You just not really like doing it. It's a combination of not having energy. Like today, it was mostly a decision of like, this would have made sense in hindsight. I should have thought of this, but I want to make sure I have energy and time. I didn't want to stream for 5-6-ish hours. Likely, that's how long a unit review stream would go for. Doing unit reviews when I have a lot of things I need to work on. Videos for the weekend, right? So, yes, I'm pulling for Skirk, not this count. Why did I go here again? What kind of stupid autopilot is my brain doing?
Thank you for.
I already talked about the Electrocharge character. You don't need to go rewind and see what my thoughts are. My thoughts are, I would rather wait until we see the actual kit. I'm somewhat skeptical. I don't know. As an Electro enjoyer, you would think I'd be more excited at a default, but how they designed Escoffier, I'm not happy with Escoffier's balance. I think she has some fun teams, but you know, we don't need to yap about Escoffier. And point is, I don't know. It's harder to just assume any kind of excitement about, hey, there's a new character that like, if we get like vague information that's like, character comes out that buffs archetype. I'm sorry, she doesn't buff freeze. Escoffier buffs Escoffier teams. Escoffier doesn't buff freeze. Just saying. Anyways, like that's the simplest version of why I don't like Escoffier's kit. So I don't know. It's like I don't have faith in Mihoyo making off-fielders that I like the design of anymore. At least for 5 stars. 4-star off-fielders? 4-star supports? They seem to be nailing, honestly. Well, okay, Aoife's not an off-fielder. Aoife's barely a support. And Aoife still is actually kind of interesting. Aoife, I think I would actually really, really like. I probably would have leveled him up if Lanyon hadn't been released, and if Mizuki didn't like... The comparison to Mizuki, to be clear, he's favorable in many ways to Mizuki. But, anyways. Like, I think they've done a really, really good job overall with 4 stars. I think Aoife's in a little of an awkward spot in my mind, but overall, I think he's actually better than... a little bit better than I expected. But not like crazy, so... So I don't know. Point is, I am... When we don't have meaningful information about it, like actual real information from the beta, I can't put too much faith in just hearing about something and being like, yes, Mihoyo's gonna nail the design of this 5-star character, right? Build him, he's not that bad. Yeah, he's fine. Oops, I didn't hit him with skull. Aoife is pretty decent. I think the problem Aoife has is that realistically, his teams are going to be best Aoife's teams are best in AoE contexts, and AoE contexts largely don't exist in this game. You know, to be clear, new Endgame coming out. We can all join together. We can all hold hands and live in the cope-tastic world that they'll return Abyss balance to what it used to be in the past, where they tended to have Abysses where one side was fairly AoE focused and one side was fairly single target. I want that reality to come back, but I'm not confident it's going to. But we can all hold hands and cope together. Realistically, Aoife will be a little bit better post this hypothetical Electrocharge character releasing, right? Which is cool, I guess. Will he be best in slot as like an on-fielder in that team? I don't know. I think there's still problems in that without his C6, he's not even a very compelling healer for Farina. But like with his C6 Aoife, Farina, Auron, plus this new Electrocharge character could be a pretty fun team maybe. I don't know. It depends on this character works. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, anyways. Mihoyo has near fully converted me into a 4-star enjoyer primarily. Because I haven't been as big of a fan with how they've been designing 5-star kits, and their 4-star kits just seem to be more creative. That's all it really is. Lanyan does Electrocharge? Yeah, of course she does. And yeah, I sincerely hope EM is relevant in these teams. Like, if this new character makes sense for me to do like DPS Lanyan with an EM main stat build, that's very cool. I hope so. You can't be a 4-star enjoyer on YouTube. That spot is reserved for Eeks. Okay. Cool. Cool thought, bro. Apparently I can't enjoy 4-stars because one other person likes 4-stars. Also, isn't Eeks like a 4-star only enjoyer? Which is a completely different thing. Like, being completely dedicated to the mindset of 4-star only is completely different from the mindset of just enjoying 4 stars and like how they're designing 4-star kits. Like, but alright. Anyway, sorry. I need to remember my policy of ignoring literally everything Miko says. Miko? Not Miko. I listen to everything Miko says, and I ignore everything Nico says. Different letters. Very big difference. Miko, everything she says is valid. Nico, everything you say is invalid. Come on, I became better. Well, okay, sure. But I think it's still funny to meme on you. And yes, I am joking. Anyways, you were joking and I am joking too. That's what you should realize. Anyways. What was it saying? I got completely distracted. What's the last 5-star character that released that I liked? For new 5 stars. It's probably Sitlali, the one that I really liked. I think Sitlali was balanced in a good way. And yes, that includes not having cryo red shred. It doesn't matter. I think I mistimed that sensor. Sitlali is a far better cryo buffer. And again, especially post Escoffier, like Sitlali not having cryo red shred doesn't matter. It just doesn't. Anyways, I don't know. To be clear, it's like it's not that like I don't like the 5 stars they released. I really like Muika as an E-bot. I like a lot of the ideas of Chaska. I just think she ends up feeling extremely clunky in a lot of situations. Like, I get that they were trying to make her not good in AoE. That's fine as a balance thing. But then, like, there's a problem in that the way her targeting functions, that as a 5-star character, like she feels terrible against the mechanical cube. And, like to a level, it's like, did you test this character when designing this character at all against enemies like the mechanical cube that spawn random different enemies in different phases? Because she feels useless, nearly useless against that enemy. And they put that enemy in Abyss all the time. They love that enemy. Why? Because it has stall mechanics. They adore that enemy. And so, like, Chaska's near useless against one enemy that they adore. Like, what the frick? So, anyways, the point is, like, I like some of the ideas of Chaska. I think they actually nailed some things. I actually, the fact that they managed to make this weird RNG mess of a character, that, like, is inherently RNG for different things, but overall feels pleasing to play and is visually enjoyable. I think at the end of the day, her gameplay is a little bit overly boring to me because of this. But, like, it's kind of funny how RNG she is and how consistent she is at the same time, ignoring issues against particular enemies or situations. And I don't know. And by the way, and the fact that Vivi is her best set is good. Like if Vivi wasn't her best set, I would hate on her a bit more. But the fact that Vivi is her best set means that her being Anemo, despite doing a mostly non-Anemo damage, is relevant. I think it's amazing that Vivi is her best set. It's like, I think they nailed that, actually. I don't even think that was intentional necessarily. I think that was an accidental side effect of how she worked. But maybe if it was intentional, kudos to MiHoYo designers. Very good on that aspect, bad on the other aspects. Mualani, I overall like a lot, but, like, I mean, we like, I can acknowledge, obviously, Mualani has usability problems for many players. I don't think it's that problematic, but at the same time, I'm not playing I don't like Mualani so much that I'm playing her all the time. And I think Veressa is one of the best feeling as far as how she feels to play. I think that, like, the fact that they managed to make, you know, an Electro Plunge DPS feel as unique to play as she does. Yeah, there's problems in her being, like, power creep and whatever. Yeah, I agree. But just the overall, like, kit design, ignoring the power level, she feels distinctly different to play, and, like, is quick swap adaptable in a great way. So I don't know. It's, like, not correct to say, is my point, that, like, I dislike the 5 stars they've been releasing. It's just I don't have faith in them balancing character kits in a way that makes me completely happy anymore. Whereas before, I think I had a little bit more faith. That's I think where it is. And that is to say that Muika and Escoffier broke me. Muika and Escoffier broke me. That's where I'm at. Again, I think Escoffier is very valuable to have in a game. At the baseline, I like that a free Shivers exists. I think it's very good that she's uplifted, you know, yeah, even something like Mualani has more team options now. That's a very good thing. It's a very good thing. It's not then the problem I have with Escoffier. Anyways. I don't know. Anywho's. But like it has, like, my point, I guess, is, like, I don't think my preference towards liking 4-star designs has fundamentally changed. If you go back, you know, a year-ish ago when Seth was released, you can see the same thing. Where, like, and I still feel this is the case for the Aggravate context. I don't play Aggravate Chlorind basically ever on my main account. I play non-Aggravate Chlorind. Well, sorry, I play Overburn Chlorind, which works a lot better than Overburn Sethos. I play... I do a little bit of Overload Chlorind as well. But, like, Sethos is my favorite Aggravate DPS in the game for, like, a main DPS Aggravate unit. And, like, I don't know, his kit is super cool. It's, like, really creative how they chose to, like, utilize the existing energy system in a unique way. And the amount of skill expression on him is obviously very cool as well. Like, there's so many 4-stars that have, like, interesting kit ideas, like Fremine, like Gaming or whatever, that end up being compelling enough. I mean, Fremine is maybe a little sus to claim Fremine as compelling, but that's just physical problems. You know. Anywho's, I don't know. Like, on average, I just think they tend to be more creative with the 4-star kits. And sometimes that results in a character that's really, really fun to think about using for me. More fun than the 5 stars, where the 5 stars, I think, this is my overall vibe, right? The 5 stars tend to be designed in a way that is more boring. Like the 5 stars tend to be designed in a way that's like, you use this character this way, or you go the highway. I don't know if that's a turn of phrase you're familiar with, but, like, it's like, you do what I want you to do, or you get the hell out of town, right? You leave. You deal with it, or you get out, right? And that's fine. Not every character has to be for me. But like, that's my overall vibe, right? And to be clear, sometimes it results in a character still that like can be really fun and have a lot of nuances. But sometimes it results in characters that end up being a bit boring. And then sometimes it results in characters that are just a bit too strong when they go like, I don't know, whatever. Anywho's, isn't the electrocharge character? You're saying electrocharge buff. I do not agree with the idea of calling the electrocharge character an electrocharge buff. Just as I don't call Escoffier and Escoffier is not a freeze buff. Escoffier just gives new team options to older characters because Escoffier is broken as hell. Anyways, Pap. Crit damage. Bye. Alright. Anywho's. Yeah, I know you couldn't be bothered to put character. Will it be a new Villette buff? I don't know. Depends on how this character's balanced, at the end of the day. I would hope she is balanced in a, again, like, my hope is she's balanced in a way to care about the reaction, care about building EM, not just, oh, this character is a new Villette buff because she does more off-field damage. And Nuvilette's a Hydro character, and therefore her kit works with her. Like, I hope it's not a Nuvilette buff just because she's a better off-field damage dealer, right? That'd be incredibly boring to me. But we'll see. I don't think this can be relevant, but high rolls help. That maybe be the case. Okay. Okay. Oh, it let us down at the final roll. And it's a 3-line piece, so there's no reality where this gets re-rolled. Rip. You might be like, wait, why are you unlocking that? I'm pretty sure I had, yeah. So, wait, actually, well, okay, it's technically just, no, it has one less ER roll. No, it's just basically a worse piece than this, right? Like, yes, ooh, it has 0.4% more crit rate. Ooh. But it's basically just a worse piece than this. And lower crit value than that, if I don't need the ER. And then this piece has attack percent with 1 ER roll. So like a little bit like there's no relevance of this piece. Unfortunately, I have too many good pieces. This is why you don't farm this much in one domain. I have too many good pieces, so that piece is not relevant. Although this piece, good reroll target actually. If I'm trying to min-max Emily, this is a good reroll target. Anyways, this is why you don't farm this much in the domain. Like, how's the Jeff called my Emily build not that good? On my Polarm account. It's just like... Or, sorry, on my Polarm account. On my main account. It's just like... Yes, I could get a little bit more crit value or attack on her. He's not wrong, technically. But he also does not understand that I have specifically balanced Emily in a way around her signature weapon a little bit differently, and prefer being able to burst more often. Like, I don't know. It doesn't matter to min-max Emily's build that much in most of the Emily teams. Like, you know, like, the difference between this Emily build on this account and the Emily build on my main account is not that different. But this build is meaningfully better, to be clear. It has a lot more attack. This is regardless of the relevance of 4-piece Deepwood versus 4-piece of her set, because that is a bit of a it depends situation. But this build basically just has more attack and more crit rate with a similar amount of ER as on my main account. But yeah, anyways. How's my brother's account doing? I don't know. I haven't looked at his Genshin account in forever. I'm sure it's horrible as far as artifacts again for some reason. The Jeff's Emily review got her clowned on by chat? Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Did he, like, go through and review a bunch of different characters or something? Well, because I know he had, like, downtime while I was molding at playing his teams. What, did he, like, go through and, like, look at a bunch of different things? Or was because I know he said what Emily was when he was briefly looking at the teams initially. But anyways, whatever. What am I doing? Oh, you know what I should do? Wait, frick. I don't think I... Oh. Did I miss a login day? I think I missed a login day. No, I think I lost the... See, I knew I would forget. I forgot to log into the stupid casual account yesterday for the stupid freaking returning player thing. God dang it. Frick, and I just lost 200 Prima Gems in the casual account. Just lost 200 Prima Gems in the stupid casual account for doing that. For forgetting to log in yesterday. Curse me. Frick. 2 days and 1 hour. Wait, maybe I didn't. No, I did. Yeah, I had to log in yesterday. Yeah, because the daily reset happens in an... Wait, the daily reset doesn't happen in an hour. No. I don't... Wait, maybe it doesn't? I don't know when the daily reset... But... Daily reset... Well, yeah, no. I lost 200... Frick. God dang. If I had remembered to log in yesterday, I would have gotten the 200 Prima Gems, assuming I also remembered to log in the next 2 days. Frick me. Okay, whatever. Hopefully I can remember to get the billet at least, because that might be useful. I don't know. -1 Skirk. I mean, that... Probably not. Again, we're at like 40 pity and something. Like, I should be able to just do like dailies and some events. Like, I shouldn't have to put in that much effort to get to pity. I really shouldn't. It should be fine. Also, do I still have the code open? Where's that code? There it is. Found it. Found it. I didn't redeem. I forgot to redeem the simple arms only, but surely I'll remember, right? All right. Bam. Can get carried in the new endgame. Worst case, yeah. I mean, I can have people help me complete it in co-op. Worst case scenario, I think I likely should be able to complete it. Like, I don't know what the... What? That's actually a good question. What does the teams look like? I'm trying to complete the new endgame before getting Skirk. Because you have the one boss that needs cryo, right? And you have Tulpa. Wait, Tulpa also wants cryo. Okay, I might have to get carried. You call up to get the weapon skin? Nope. As far as I'm aware, at least. Alright.
Add Astro. Thank you for
Bye, Nico.
Add
Yes, there's a weapon skin. You probably won't be able to get it though. I'm just point blank saying that to tell you not to care about it unless you are someone who is confident you have at least 3 really high performing teams. No, I am not grinding 3 accounts daily. This is a casual account. I'm logging on when I feel like logging onto this account. The only reason I'm logging into this account at all right now is because I do want to try to get Skirk on this account. I have a guarantee. Already have like 40 pity. It shouldn't be that hard. I'm not gonna... I freaking... this again. God damn, I forgot about the times too. I don't even know. The fact that I have such compelling gladiator artifacts means this domain probably does not make sense to farm anymore. But I can't farm gladiators, so... I feel like I should maybe just put Xingqiu in here instead of Eonson because I can't burst consistently while farming at least. Oh, this is a C0 Eonson with 201 ER. It's actually a very good Eonson build. It's just her energy needs without as solo Electro with whatever. Her energy needs. I'm gonna do Sigil. Energy needs solo Electro without C1 are awful. But yeah, so like the closest expectation, if you want like to try to probably guess what this is probably what the experience is going to be to some extent on even difficulty 5 maybe, but difficulty 5/6, right, is of the new endgame, Stygian Onslaught, whatever it's called. It's going to be similar to like trying to get platinum rewards. This is like the guess is probably going to be similar to trying to get platinum rewards on some of like the events they've done in the past, where you're fighting, you know, a boss, like you're fighting a big tanky boss. So like your difficulty in trying to get platinum rewards in those recent combat events is probably similar to the difficulty of getting of clearing difficulty 6 or even difficulty 5 maybe. What weapon type is the skin? All of them. I believe when you get the skin, you get it for all of them. So you get a whoops, whatever. You get a claymore, you get a catalyst, you get a bow, you get a polearm, you get a sword, and then you get color variants in every element type. So you get a blue, you get, well, it's like, you know, a red for pyro, blue for hydro. I should. Sorry, brain computing. Blue for hydro, different blue for cryo. The animo greeny, taily, whatever you call the animo color for animo. Sure. Purple-ish. Yeah, I think it was purple-ish. I think the electro one was purple, not pinkish. What elements are we forgetting? Oh, green for Dendro, of course. More definitely green than the, you know, the animal one. Did I forget an element? I feel like I forgot an element. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. You get the point. So, technically, the point is, technically you get 5 times 7 skins. You get 35 skins. Wow. I did it. Sounds cool, but I bet it's not worth it. I mean, it's a cosmetic reward for clearing a very difficult piece of content. I think whether or not it's a motivator for you depends on you. It's not really a motivator for me. I think it's a nice, like, trophy. Which is what I think it's intended to be. I think it's intended to be a trophy. And that's fine. I like it for that. But people are going to complain about it regardless because of the fact that they can't get it. They're like, I can't get the first place trophy. I feel like I have to spend money to get the first place trophy. But you know what? I don't know. Maybe... I don't know how much of that criticism is going to be valid. I think that remains to be seen. If people have the ability to clear with C0 5-star teams, though, then it's not that valid of a complaint. Okay. But if we see it's basically impossible to clear with C0 5-stars, then it is a very valid complaint, right? Yeah, 3. Yeah. Yeah, this is the casual account. This might be like the most I don't know. It's funny. This domain is like the most annoying one in the game in some ways. Mostly if you happen to be like on this awkward breakpoint of having a team you're using against it. That okay. You're using a very useful in this account. I'm not gonna level it up. I don't need. It's an offies maybe, but like, anyways. What was I saying? Like with a team like this one, where that's on like a very awkward damage breakpoint of just like barely not beating this thing before it goes to its phase. It's just like okay. Then it does its dumb phase where you just get to wait for like 20 seconds. It's just okay. I mean that's video gameplay. So I don't know. It's funny how this domain is so binary. Either you have a team with enough DPS that it trivializes this domain and makes it very boring to like farm in this domain, or you have a team that struggles more. So, and then it's just annoying and boring because it takes too long, and you stand still for 20 seconds. Anyways, don't start. Friends, they want to do co-op with you. Doesn't realize that the only good character I have is Rosario because she has like 200 energy recharge. Yeah, I don't know how much you're gonna help in co-op, but I mean, I don't know. The Primo Gem rewards is not gonna be that hard to get, to be clear, right? It should not be difficult. You have 10 minutes. But will only having Rosario built be a path to success for clearing? Probably not. Use food then? I mean, that's fair. Sure. This is probably a food difference. You're not wrong. We got it. Yes. Wonderful. Wonderful. How good your account is shouldn't matter when playing with friends. I mean, if you're trying to play an endgame combat mode with friends, I think how well built your characters are is going to matter a little bit, but it depends on the difficulty level of the content. Like, are you saying there's no value to having more difficult content that can be played co-op? I mean, that's a bit weird. Yeah, we were talking about the new endgame, so wasted some stuff there. Oh well. You stop missing crits. Wait, I just realized at least until Skirt comes out, I should be I should be using a I don't know about that piece. This piece might be better still, but like this piece is higher crit value, right? But not to a meaningful enough degree to like make it better than not having just the attack percent here. But I should be using this probably. Should probably use this. We do lose a little bit of crit rate though. It'll be fine. What am I doing? Crabs for the ER food, yeah. I guess I should lock it. I don't know. Maybe this account will get Varessa in the future. I think Varessa would be an interesting one to get on a rerun. On this account, I think she'd be fun to have, but mostly because of how little she needs Bennett. Like you could have an Arlecchino Bennett team in the future on this account. There's many paths forward to make for with a relatively small number of 5 stars. The problem is that I don't feel like logging onto this account regularly enough to accrue enough resources to get more than like, I mean, how many 5 stars have I gotten this year with how little I've logged in? Raiden, which is literally a freebie. Nahida, which we did try to get. I won the 50-50 for. And Arlecchino, we lost the 50-50 on Lolly banner and then used guarantee for Arlecchino. And then we tried to get Farina, or was it Farina or was it Shalonen? I don't remember. It was one of the two. Lost the 50-50 on that banner, and then we're saving that for Skirk. We've had like pretty meh luck. But I don't know. That's still like a decent number of 5 stars we've been able to like at least try to get. So I don't know. If I actually had better luck with 50-50 wins, this count could be in a very like if all else had gone the same, but I won all 50-50s, which obviously this is unlikely, but if all else had been the same, I made the same decisions. Oh yeah, I think it was Shalonen banner. I would have Seat Lolly and Arlecchino, and I would have Shalonen, right? Which obviously having Seat Lolly and Shalonen, you could probably guess that would put this account in a little bit of a better spot. So I don't know. It's fine. This account has been, I think, a success so far as stimulating the casual I log on every so often experience. Can I still beat Abyss? And the answer is yes, ish. I haven't actually tried to clear this one meaningfully because I just, again, casual experience. Can I clear this Abyss? Probably. I just don't feel like it. I just don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. Anyways. Why not make this into a 4-star account? Because I don't think it's interesting. Sorry. Not that it's not interesting, to be clear. I think it is interesting to do a 4-star only account, but other people are already doing that. And the only reason I have value for having this account semi-maintained as it is as a casual account. I don't think a normal player experience. My point is to have, to broaden my perspectives on the experience of playing Genshin, right? What is the low end experience versus like that versus what is the experience of someone like me who spends a bit of money at, like this is why people would describe me as a dolphin. Where like if I decide for whatever logic decide that I want something, I feel like it's fine for me to spend money in Genshin for how much I get out of it. At the end of the day, it's my job, so I can justify it at a business cost. But even on a not job level, like I get enough value playtime out of Genshin. I don't feel bad about spending a little bit of money in Genshin, right? But that experience is different than the experience of someone that plays an account like this one, where they log in 2 weeks out of every patch at most on average or whatever. So, yeah. Yeah, what is the low-end experience? Is painful? Yeah, I agree. If you're trying to clear the endgame content, it's painful. But at the same time, for clearing like average overworld content, it's not that big a deal. You just have to make the right decisions, which is a little bit tricky. So, like the weird part is like this account is like this account is a much more pleasing experience to play on now than it ever was when it was only wishing on weapon banner. Like just having only a couple like specific options that aren't even that incredibly compelling in the current state of the game necessarily, right? But and that's with throwing away all the 5-star weapons, by the way. So, I don't know. Anywho's, what point being, like, I think it's nice to have this as an experience, but it's not something I need to maintain, because I think trying to actively maintain it and farm a ton goes against the experience of things. But I don't know, like the weirdest thing in this account is that I maybe have like better artifacts on some characters than a casual player would normally have. But at the same time, I don't actually have that many artifacts in total. Like, I've just made relatively smart decisions with what artifacts to prioritize. Most of the artifact farming on this account happened in the first year of play, right? Like, there we go. That's all I have. It's like, this is a comically small artifact list compared to my other accounts. And I don't know. Like it's like I got decent options, but there's obviously just a million places where it's lacking for artifacts when it comes to like a new character coming out. I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? I feel like this account has been an interesting simulation of like as if this account was played by someone who really enjoyed Genshin a lot for a year, but then but then they like still enjoy Genshin, but it falls back to something that they just like mostly play it for when there's like a new content patch that interests them, or a new particular character they hear about passingly from a social media post. They see Skirk's animations posted, and they're just like, ah, that character seems fun. I want to log in and get that character, right? That's the simulation here. And that's why my overarching rule for this account is if I don't feel like logging in, I don't log in. Like I originally intended to, I said some of the things about like where I'm gonna get Skirk. I was gonna use the guarantee for Escoffier, but using the guarantee for Escoffier would have required a bunch of farming, and I just didn't feel like farming. And well, that if I'm trying to force myself to feel like doing something that I don't really feel like doing, that's against the rule of the account. So, yeah. Anyways, no, I'm not gonna sell the account. That literally, I literally won. That would be insanity because this account is technically the same as my Polar Only account. It's just not a different region. All I do is change the region. This is EU versus NA, but it's the same login. Also, it's tied to my fucking personal email. I'd be stupid as hell to sell my personal email, and it's not simple. I think you theoretically can change your email on an account. Like, no. I don't think you should buy a Genshin account. I don't think you should sell a Genshin account. So, no. The only reason I would ever dare consider selling a Genshin account is if I'm full on ass done with the game. Like, burning bridges ass done. You know. Anywho's. You can easily change the mail. I don't think you can. Easily change the mail implies you can go and change it by logging into your portal and clicking change email. And I don't think you can. I think you can change, like, where your verification goes. You can't change your, like, primary login email. Let me double check. I had to change my password fairly often for various reasons. Oil, change password, log in.
What could the children be up to?
Just in case it's not obvious, I'm not showing you this, because duh.
Let them do as they please.
Oh no, I can change it. Okay. What was it? What did I get confused by? There was something I couldn't change. Okay. No, you're right. I'm dumb. It's fine. So, anyways. Either way, that doesn't change, though, the fundamental reason that I have in my mind, which is why? Why the hell would I? Like, what? What the value is? Oh, guys, I need $2. What? This account sells for $2. I'm not kidding. This account is valueless. Like, no one pays for this account. Like, okay, theoretically, because I'm a YouTuber, I could get someone to pay more for it, right? Like, this account only has value in the context that I have the account, quite frankly. I think I could maybe make, like, some money by selling my Polar Only account or something in the future. But again, like, why would I do that? Why the hell would I do that outside of, like, a Burning Bridges context of being completely done with Genshin? Yo, thanks for the $5. Do a lore only account. I mean, yo, I'm not interested in starting any freaking new accounts. Like, this account, like, doing a casual account, this was not an account I started. This was me turning an account I chose to stop playing on into something I'm still not really playing on very regularly. Because I already had the account. I had already done the, like, annoying ass part of starting a new account. Except I didn't have to start a new account because it was already AR-57. It had already been played on for a year straight. It already had a bunch of artifacts. I didn't have to do all the awful, annoying things you have to do if you choose to start a new account. Like, I'm not going to start a new account. Anyways. You said /J? I didn't finish reading, sorry. But anyways. You do a lore only account. Only use a team of characters who have some sort of relationship or connection to one another. Interaction through quests or events. In seriousness, though, okay, you're really this is gonna get really sidetracked. I need to end the stream so I can work on editing. But yeah, I was intending to read the full message. I was just answering the first part of it. First of all, just in case it was serious, but I did not notice that there was a /J. So anywho's, but Thank you though. Thank you though. So lore account. What kind of teams? Lore account. Okay. I mean, first of all, I think lore account is what characters pair with the most relevant supports. So, okay, the problem is like only use a team of characters that have some sort of relationship or connection to each other, right? Through quests or events. Did Varessa ever meet Chevris? Because like Varessa and Eon's on good combo. Did they meet through events? So you got, first of all, you have Farina Escoffier combo. You have Farina Nubilat combo. You have Sitlali Muika combo. You have Sitlali Muika Shalonen combo. But like Bennett, I mean, are you allowed to do Sitlali Muika Shalonen Eons on? That's got problems, but Eon-san is a slave to the God King, so arguably that is a lore connection. No, like she was there, so that's a team. But like, is something like Kinich Eon-san allowed? I don't know if it is. Mualani, Muika, Shalonen. Kanich maybe works. Arlecchino. I think Arlecchino's garbage on a lore only account. Like, I don't know. Alright, what about Farina Nubilat combo? Farina Nubilat and then Charlotte. Wait, that's not really ideal. Farina Nubilat. Arlecchino Child, yeah. Man, they didn't release What kind of connections to the Nubilat? What characters have connections to Nubilat that actually work with them as real teammates? Siege Wind? Okay, but the problem is they're Hydros. Wait, Charlotte actually works, I think, okay, but it's like a loose connection. Does Skirk have connection with them meaningfully? I guess he did go and talk to Skirk and lore, so that works. So, Skirk, Farina, Charlotte, Nubilat. Okay. Escoffier is Farina's fangirl? Yeah. No, I think Escoffier works. But is Escoffier allowed with Nubilat? And I don't think Escoffier is allowed with Skirk in a lore account. Right? Cryo Traveler? Yeah. Have you met Auron and Aoife recently? Oh, yeah, that would work. Auron would work. Auron could be a good option. Balatro? Oh, they play Balatro together. Balatro should have some kind of multiplayer mode, right? I think that's like a no-brainer feature. I'm curious if the Balatro creator is working on that, but the problem is that they didn't like plan on that as a feature from the starting point. It's very hard, I think, to implement maybe, but I think Balatro's formula should be able to be adapted into some kind of multiplayer. But anyway, sorry. Effie got arrested once? Okay. But Effie Skirk definitely wouldn't work. So you can do... So, I don't know. I think people would accept Farina Nubilat, Escoffier, and then you just... But I guess you put in Charlotte. It'll work. I guess. You get some front-loaded... Well, no. It's valueless. Actually, I don't know. Charlotte wouldn't do anything. It would just be there to lock the team to Hydro Cryo. Which is sad. I mean, you put in Risley. Burst DPS Risley? Ooh. Risley Nouvellette for for Marina Scofier. Oh boy. Like I think what this challenge mostly is on over most contexts, although there's some connection between characters from different regions, right? In events and whatever, is it's just like what kinds of compelling teams can you make full 4-character teams that use only characters from a particular region? And like Natlan is probably the easiest to do that with because of how they designed all the Natlan characters and how they decided 4-star supports get to be strong. Charlotte to TTDS Escoffier, that's true. TTDS Charlotte to Escoffier. You don't need to worry about Charlotte's ER needs because you're just going to burst on Escoffier anyways. Or you could worry about Charlotte's ER needs and therefore not have to worry about ER needs on Escoffier. So, yeah. Yeah, the fact that like Bennett isn't going to be very universally usable. Like Bennett has connection to nobody because he barely exists in the game. Mahoya hates Bennett. They like never put him in anything. So this is just, I think it's just like a Bennettless account. He does to Fischl and Razor. All right, let's go. We can do Bennett, Fischl, Razor.
I created an
Is there one more strong connection to Bennett that actually could make sense? I don't even think you could say there's a connection to like Bennett and Jean. Albedo and Eula Noel? Oh boy. So we can do Bennett, Fischl, Barbara, Razor. Oh baby. I don't know, it's actually, I don't know, I like the idea. I'm obviously not going to start this count, but I like the idea. It's going to be a fun, interesting gimmick. Hu Tao is a bit less reliant. Does Hu Tao have enough of a connection to the Xingqiu? I think she kind of does. I don't. Did she ever talk to Yelan at all meaningfully? I don't remember what it was, but I feel like she did like interact with Xingqiu enough that you can do Hu Tao Xingqiu. Which is gonna. This is a very strong, compelling starting point. And then Zhongli obviously works. But what about Yelan? Can you do double Hydro Hu Tao Yelan? Not Yelan, Xingqiu and Hu Tao are friends? Alright, perfect. Don't unleash that mess on the world. I'm just saying, that's like still a good enough team for a lot of content. Like, it's not like Hu Tao, Yelan, Xingqiu, Zhongli is bad. And it has about lines for Barbara, Amber. Oh yeah, would that be the rule? would that be the rule? Oh, I can't view them because we're in the archive, but would that be the rule? The character has to have about lines that include the character, because that would be the simplest specific rule, right? Is there has to be about lines in the character for them to be a teammate that's allowed with the character. I think that could make sense as the rule for it. Okay, I'm not actually going to do this, but that would be one way to, like, nail down the rules more concretely, right? Because that tends to be a problem with a lot of things, like, I'm going to do white hair only, okay? Like, this is different than, you know, this. Like, this is blue-white. Kazuha is like a yellowy white, and then you got pinky white with blue, like this. This is, I think, not white, right? I think most people would not say that's white, I guess, but you know. And then this is more just like, this is probably the most white. Like anyway, like that. This is the problem with like doing something like that. It's like even something like white hair only account. So I think you need to like nail down the rules a bit more specifically. But I think lore only. Or friends only, whatever. Knows of each other only. Acquaintances only. I don't know what you name it. But like, acquaintances only could work if you specify the rules to, you know, yeah, it has to be in their like they about like characters they know page in their voice lines. Yeah, either way, Hu Tao Sing Cho definitely works, which should be a compelling option. Anyone compelling you can put Kazuo with? Kazuo doesn't know that many people. Wait, no, I don't know. He has like shown he's a traveler, so he's not the traveler, but he is a traveler. So he shows up in a lot of random places. Beto, yeah, I know that one obviously. But I don't know. Kazuo has showed up in a lot of random places that maybe he can be, but I think he tends to show up on his own. Like he's not with other people. So I don't know. I don't know if Kazuo's very relevant. I think Raiden's very relevant, unfortunately. Well, wait. Is there a Dendro character that knows Raiden? Wait. Well, if it's by the rules of the lore, does Raiden have? Do Raiden and Nahida have lines about each other? They usually do because the Archons, right? So all the Archons can be played with each other. So you can do Raiden Hyperbloom. So, wait, which yeah, presumably. I don't know which Hydra you put in. I had to go double check, but you can probably do Raiden Hyperbloom, is my guess. Let's check. We need a Hydro character. We got Ayato. Oh boy. Wait, it's Thundering Fury Ayato. The lore accurate Hyperbloom team is Thundering Fury Ayato.
Kamisato.
He's the only Hydra unit there. Except the problem is I don't think Ayato is going to be in Nahida's line, is it? Shoot. So I don't think you can do it then. Wait, is Kokomi there? Kokomi is there. Okay, okay.
I admire her humility.
Yeah.
It is a sign.
Booer is
true
Nahida,
wisdom.
right? Yeah.
With the power she holds,
Okay.
Booer is capable.
So does Nahida reference Kokomi or Ayato? Probably not. Rip. Wow, she references nobody. Freaking nobody. What? Oh wait, no, there's unlocked things. Farina's here. Wait, does Raiden's lines not mention Farina? Oh, it is. It's just down here. So I haven't done a quest. Alright, so you... oh boy. So... Farina is... So it has to be an Archon team. So you can do Hyperbloom with Farina, Nahida, Raiden, and then there has to be one last share character between all those three. Which ideally would be a healer, theoretically. But also, worst case scenario, you just Proto Amber Nahida, so I guess it's not that big a deal. So what's the shared character between all of them three? What's the shared character between Farina? Can Raiden Hyperbloom work? If only Ayato's in Nahida's list. It would have been very funny if Ayato... If lore accurate Hyperbloom was Ayato Hyperbloom. Raiden's on Tupi's? Yeah, because she's not being used right now. Zhongli? I guess, yeah. Is it just the full Archon team and then you Proto Amber Nahida? Hopefully you got C2 Farina.
Don't try. Foolish question.
But I mean, look, I think that means because you want here. I'll go. Well, I can't prove it with Zhongli because I don't have Zhongli in my main account, but I can prove it without Zhongli. And because Zhongli can just he's a shielder, right? I mean, anyways, so like I can go play Zhongli. Sorry, not Zhongli. I can go play Nahida with Raiden with Farina and show you that with C2 Farina and Nahida on Prototype Amber. Hybrid Raiden, I think is lore accurate Raiden. That's what this says. Because if you want to actually get value out of the most value out of Raiden, and like no one has to be particularly on field other than Raiden, you may as well build Raiden for some crits and some EM at the same time. And you get damage bonus from Farina. And then Nahida, especially if you get a C2, this is a high investment thing. But as far as a lower accurate account goes, get C2 Farina. Ideally a C2 Nahida, but like C2 Farina would be more of a priority so that R5 Prototype Amber is full healing potential for damage bonus. Sure, let's go play a lower accurate. Wait, can we do 2 teams? Okay, we're gonna have to just pretend I have Zhongli, because I can't do unless there's another. Let's go, whatever.
Staring into my eyes is ill.
This is what we're ending the stream with. Can we do a lore accurate clear? I should record this. This could actually turn into a video. You know what? Good job, Yold. You turned something potentially into a video. Apologize for the tangent. It's a good tangent. I guess MC is like the free space. That's true. That's true. Okay, I logged in and the camera was like this, and then just like panned out. So it's just like a funny look of seeing purple hair with a hat like this zoomed in, then it zoomed out. It's like Chevrolet's just like having a view. I forgot I logged out here. Anyways, okay, so we're trying to figure out if we can do an abyss clear with a lower accurate team on my main account here. One of the obvious ideas, of course, is, and I'm now speaking in this way, chat, of course, because, you know, it might become a video, but anyways, I'll still acknowledge you, don't worry. One of the obviously easy options is, oh yeah, actually, sorry, first we should establish, I think the sensible rule for trying to do lore accurate teams for clearing Abyss is, you know, what is a lore connection? I think for a teammate to be allowed to be paired together, the team has to, so the characters has to have about that character in their like voice lines, right? So Toma, Yoimiya, Sara, Ayaka, Ayato, Yai, Zhongli, Venti, Nahida, Farina. Who is this? Oh, that's Mawika. All those characters are valid inclusions for Raiden teammates, right? And I think Traveler, okay, wait, is Traveler, oh, okay. Arguably all of the voice lines, I think Traveler is a freebie, right? So I'm not going to default to this necessarily quick, but I think Traveler is a freebie because there's about...
Human arts of polearm and sword combat, as well as the blade forging process itself.
Like
serving as my guard during this journey, you need not.
Yeah, like she's literally talking about us, aka the Traveler here. So like that should be allowed. I think we can pair Traveler with basically anybody. That's the freebie, so that's cool. Arguably, maybe we should change the Traveler element to match whatever they were at that time. If we have to, we can do that. But anyways. So one of the obvious teams, by the way, is the Archons, right? So we have Raiden, because all the Archons reference each other. So Raiden, Farina, and Nahida on my account should work really well, particularly because my Raiden is on the ideal build, where I'm using Hybrid Raiden, where I have her built with EM Goblet, EM main stat. Staff of Scarlet Sands converts the EM to attack, so Raiden can get good transformative reaction damage and good talent damage at the same time. And it's like the ideal because if no one in particular has to be on field, we have damage bonus from Farina, we have, you know, aggravates and whatever from Nahida. You might be like, how do you get healing? Well, a Proto Amber on Nahida. Proto Amber plus a C2 Farina in particular. Although, theoretically, I could do Deepwood on some other character, like the 4-slot character. We'll figure that out. I don't have Zhongli on this account, unfortunately. Zhongli would be the way to go. I could theoretically, without a C2 Farina, do 4-piece Maidens on Nahida with Prototype Amber, and even without a C2 Nahida, without a C2 Farina, this should work. But, you know, I do have Constellations, so we're going to obviously take advantage of them. Anyways, switch that, BAP. So I don't know. We'll figure out the last slot for that shortly. I think the main thing we need to figure out is we can throw Traveler into that team. Obviously, that'll work fine to complete the team. But let's figure out another team. And it has to be like a real team, right? So the easiest option is probably some kind of Outland focused team, right? Let me go to the character archive. It might be a bit easier. I don't think Chevre's Overload is possible anywhere, and we do have the problem though of like we have to have Pyro in some form on the second side. So if we have to, we can put Pyro Traveler into the Raiden team, right? And use Pyro Traveler to clear the shields with Hyper Raiden, Hyper Blooming, and critting and yada yada. I think Farina, Nuvolette, Escoffier would be an option as well, but then we'd lose Farina, of course, for the Raiden team, which is awkward. And also Nuvolette, Escoffier. Wait, does Nuvolette and Escoffier reference each other? That's a good question in the first place. If the rule is the voice lines, so we could be more loosey goosey with the rules for like trying to do a lower accurate clear, but I think it's better to have a more specific rule, like it being in the list here. Risley, Clarin, Linny, Lynette, Suijin, Navia. Oh, okay, that's a very small list. That's a very small list. Okay, I don't know. It's just like yeah, like for like I don't know. They're Fontaine characters, right? They have like lower connections, but I don't know. Anyways, you could use Arlecchino in what team though? Let's go check. Let's check. What I'm blind? Where's I am blind. There she is. Okay. Arlecchino. What you have? That's not what I'm doing. Do. Lynette, Femine, Nervulette, Farina. That is so few. Child? I don't have child. Is there any other things? Linny? Is there any other thing? Wait, I don't have Arlecchino 6? Oh, because I haven't completed the quest. I did the quest of I did Arlecchino's quest on my Polar Molin account.
The rooster holds little love for me.
Hey, we can play her with the captain when he releases.
And that power comes with a high level of responsibility. However, I believe him to be someone worthy. I once had a pet spider named Bambi. Raising spiders is... Raising spiders is quite fascinating. They cannot be domesticated like cats or dogs. Any affection bestowed upon them will not be returned, and they require little investment in terms of care. It's the kind of relationship that suits me perfectly.
Understandable. Sorry, I got distracted by spiders. Yeah, Lynette, you know, attack buffing. It's generous to call that attack buffing, I guess, but attack buffing and VV is good. It'd just be Lynette, Fremine, and Linny, or Nuvolette. Arlecchino, Nuvolette, Lynette, Fremine is what I can do. I think Arlecchino's a no, unfortunately. Not impossible, but like, I wonder if Lanyan and Farazan have a connection. No, probably not. I mean,
look! Everything the sun touches is coated in gold. Oh! I picked some fresh flowers. I was just about to head back and cook something for my mom. You should come too. My family would love to see you.
Oh, there we go. I passed it. Shangling, Hu Tao, Kuching, Xingqiu, Chengyun, Gaming. Okay. There's a potential. Gaming. All right. Gaming, okay, but the problem is other characters have to reference Lanyan for it to be a valid team. Does Gaming reference Lanyan? He does. Okay, that's good. Gaming references Lanyan. And I think Xingqiu was in both of them. Gaming, Chengyun, Xingqiu. Wait, Shan Yun is here? Oh, I didn't even notice. Shan Yun? Shan Yun is here. Oh. Okay, Shanyun, Lanyan, Gaming, Xingqiu. Do we think that we have to go double check Shanyun and Xingqiu? No, Shanyun's not mentioned here. Okay. Xingqiu, Changyun might work if they reference each other. Not if they reference each other, I think they do, but if they reference Lanyan and Gaming, I'll check. Because it might be good enough. It'd be a struggle for me, to be honest. I don't have invested enough gaming or enough experience gaming properly. Beidou Ningwang, Changyun, Xinyan, Albedo, Zhongli, Shenhe, Yelon, Gaming. No Lanyan. Rip. He mentions every freaking Liyue character except for Lanyan. Lanyan mentions him. He doesn't mention Lanyan. I think we found a new reason to hate on Xingqiu. I think we found a new reason to hate him. He does mention Yelan, which is interesting. How dare you? Yeah, we can check Yelan. What does she have to say about Xingqiu?
I've run into Master Xingqiu several times in the mountains. He wasn't accompanied by anyone from the Feiyun Commerce Guild, so it never seemed like official business. After those chance encounters,
Look at this.
he often brought me
She's
copies
so
of
nice.
the newest supernatural
She has like
novels,
respect for Xingqiu, and he has no
promised
respect for
to
her.
Never tell anyone. Except, I definitely just told you, didn't I? Please keep that secret for the both of us, traveler.
Make sure she's poor. What? I haven't listened to all the Lanyan lines. I should go listen to all of them actually. But anyways, not right now. That's a distraction. Okay, sorry. Lanyan path is dead, I think. Unfortunately. Yelan, you want me to check? Sure, we can check the Yelan path. I kind of want to check the Clarin path. Actually, sorry, distracted. Charlotte, Farina, Neuvillette. Oh. Okay. Chevreuse, Linny, Fremine, Chiori. Again, Farina's being used. That's a problem. Farina's connected to 500 people. Chevreuse. Okay. There's no way, right? Wait. No, there's no way because I need other Electros or Hydro, or Electros or Pyros in the first place, right? So no, never mind. It doesn't work because there wasn't enough Electros or Pyros. Right? Chevreuse, Linny. If I had Linny. Yeah, unfortunately, Emily is here. Wait. Chevreuse, Emily, Clorind. Shenhe, Changyun, Clowertainer, and Shenhe Plunge. We could check. I'm gonna guess. Maybe. Well, I don't know. We don't. Farina would. Farina. I don't know if the team would work without Farina. To be honest. We can maybe check. Thank you, Sylvia. Anyways, sorry. Clorind, Emily, Chevreuse, if Chevreuse references Emily. And then we'd have to find someone to shove in the last slot. Like, I think it'd work. I think it would work. Please reference Chevreuse.
I'm not sure if she ever mentioned it, but
And
I'm
Clorind.
fairly certain that Fontaine knows that name.
Escoffier.
Miss Escoffier is a diligent and
Miss Escoffier. Okay. You need to reference Emily, please.
Clorand has built quite the... Emily is a good friend.
We can do Overburn Clorind. We can do Overburn Clorind. And then we just need to find someone to shove in the last slot. PMC could be put in if we find someone else to shove in the Archon team. Alright. I guess out of respect I will check at least if Shenhe works. Sorry. Does the Shenhe Clowertainer Chungyun team work? I think it would. I presume they all reference each other. It feels like it would make sense. Chungus. Chungyun, yep. Shenhe. Wait, what? Oh, no, Rip, it doesn't work. Shunyun is not in Chungyun. Rip, how dare you, Chungyun? Rip doesn't work. Alright, back to Chlorine. Okay. So, last slot. This might become a video I make tomorrow while I try to... Because I don't think I'm going to finish editing the collab video today. But maybe I can like edit this today and throw this up as a video tomorrow. And then I can spend the rest of the night editing the collab video tomorrow night and tonight and hopefully get it up Sunday. Lynette. Was Lynette shared between them? So Lynette could be a very good option. Charlotte TTS at least is an option. We have to go double check, make sure Charlotte is listed in the other ones, right? Yeah, okay. I think Charlotte is the most compelling option. Nuvilette's here as an option. Chiori is here as an option. Sijuin, okay. Navia wasn't in Chlorine. Wait, was Navia not in Chlorine? Yeah, TDDS Nuvilette. Chevrolet mentions her. She does not make... Oh, no, she does mention Charlotte. Okay. So Charlotte and Nuvilette are both mentioned. Sijuin is mentioned, actually, with both. Sijuin is not irrelevant, because Sijuin will buff Emily a little bit, and I don't think her Hydro should interfere at all, because she doesn't apply that much Hydro. So Sijuin might actually be one of the better options. Yeah, I do think Traveler counts, but I kind of would like to be able to put Traveler in the other team. Although, that we don't have to necessarily. We can go double check what we're putting in the last out of the other team. I think Pyro Traveler would be the biggest flavor win, or Hydro Traveler would be the biggest flavor win. But, do we have to use Hydro Traveler? I don't know. I don't think we necessarily have to use Hydro Traveler. But if we can use the flavor win element of Traveler, I think that'd be funny. So, anywho's. Sorry. So, yeah. Right now I'm leaning towards, for the Chlorine to Overburn team, TDDS Nuvilette or Charlotte. Chiori's in both as well. Navia could be a funny option. Wait, you don't mention Navia. Oh no, she's down here. Okay. So we haven't done the quest again. Okay. Navia's there. Okay, Emily. Sijuin's there. Chiori, Charlotte, Nuvilette is here. Navia is not here. Okay. No Navia. Rip. Rip. Okay. But TTDS... So Chiori is an option. TTDS, Charlotte, or Nuvilette is an option. I think Chiori is kind of the funnest one.
As a designer.
Even if she's not doing anything. She might interfere in a problematic way, though. Because the one problem we're going to have is that we only have... we're going to have to keep up burning just with Chevrolet's Pyro, right? Which is not off-field. So having an off-fielder... we already have Chlorine that's going to consume the burning aura. But having another unit on top of that consuming the Pyro aura might be bad. That was part of the thinking of like having Charlotte or TDS Nuvi. But we have a lot of options. We have a number of options. If we really... if we really need to, right? I think Sijuin is actually probably the easiest one to throw in as an obvious include that probably shouldn't muck with things, but also still, again, might muck with things in the same level that Chiori could. But Sijuin actually might be the strongest option. Theoretically, if she doesn't. Otherwise, I think the strongest option is definitely Pyro Traveler, as long as I am allowed to actually change the Traveler element, which I think would be fine, because like I think the implication of like Traveler's elements is that Traveler themselves can choose to change their element on demand, right? And like Traveler themselves still like is related to these people in lore in a way that like I'm pretty sure I'm allowed, okay, to do that. So if we have to, I think the way to mechanically make the team work the best is Pyro Traveler. But I think we'll try first with one of the other options. I think the funniest option would be TDDS Nubilet. but let's go double check the other team quick, because I'm not against the idea of putting Pyro Traveler in the Clurin team. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe I can do TDS Nubilet for Hybrid Raiden. was Nubilet here? Who was the other units here? Yai is not going to be, I think most of these units are not. Venti, Boer, Farina, oh yeah, Muika. I could do Muika. I forgot. So yeah, Raiden doesn't mention Nubilet. Doesn't even acknowledge the Hydro Dragon's existence. Lame. Okay. I think it basically would have to be Muika, would it not? Right? Yeah, I'm fine with using Ebot Muika. Just a little bit boring. Wait. We're kind of doing... We're doing 2 burn teams. Why does everything default to 2 burn teams? But yeah, I assume we can use Muika. Let's double check. Make sure Farina references her. Farina doesn't mention Muika. Unless I'm blind. Oh. Rip. Shoot. Okay. We might have to shove in Traveler. Why does she mention so few people? Okay. Alright. I think we might have to Traveler then. Because you seem to be the limiting factor, I think, for the Archon team. Which is funny. Okay. Wait, what? Wait. Also, where's Raiden? Does she not reference Raiden? Oh, frick, I didn't even check. Oh, no. That was an assumption. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, no. Farina... Oh, no. Did this whole idea just die? Did the whole idea just die? Because Farina's just like, nah, I'm done with other people. I'm not going to talk about the Electro Archon. I'm no longer an Archon. I don't need to give a shit. I have no opinions. I respect it. I respect it. She's retired. But, like, you killed my idea, Farina. No, well, not my idea. Chat's idea. Shoot. Okay. Okay, I think that means we can't do... Oof. Okay. Does that bring Muika back to the table at least then? Because we can do Raiden, Muika, Nahida, I think for sure, right? Right. You reference Nahida, Muika. Yep. Wait, is Raiden not in Nahida's list either? What the frick? Oh my god, really? Am I blind? Nahida doesn't reference Raiden either? Raiden! Why are you so antisocial? Raiden! Frickin' talk to your peers. Oh, frick me. Okay. Yeah, I think the Archon team is dead. Alright. Okay, I guess, yeah, we have to go back to the tribal teams, I think. Like, I thought the Archon team was going to be the best option for a non-tribal team. And I wanted to do some hybrid ride and chilling, but oh well. Okay, so I think we're back to Clorinde, Emily, Chevrus, Overburn, with a bit of flexibility for the last slot. And I think we have to go back to, like, something Natlan entirely focused, realistically, yeah.
Patrol duties are
Okay. What's the best potential here? I don't want to burst on Muika, but we can do Ebot Muika. I'm fine with Ebot Muika. We can check Muika, Eon-san, on-field Kanich, Shallonen. Wait, Shalonen's not buffing Kanich. I can throw Oron in. Will that work? Muika, Eon-san, Oron, Kanich. That might work. Never tried it. We can go check. Alternatively, Varesa, Eon-san, Muika. Yup. All right. Well, let's see. I'm down with the Muika, Oron, Eon-san, Kanich. I'm down for some Kanich gameplay. If they all reference each other, they might not. All right. First of all, make sure Muika references those three. Surely the god of fire references all her people. Oron, Kanich. Really? You reference Eva but no Eon-san? Really? F you. More reasons to dislike Muika. She has two about Eon-san? Oh, you're right. Okay.
A lot of people underestimated Eon-san during her first
I guess
pilgrimages
that's never mind. I take it back. That's like a double lower synergy.
An easy target. Even though my advice to her was this: people are less likely to mess with someone whose strength is undeniable.
She has Oron, she has Eon-san, she has Kanich. Or Kanich. Yeah, Kanich, yes.
In addition,
okay. Let's check Kanich. He's obviously a linchpin in this. I don't know if he's going to reference Oron. Hopefully he does. He's a bro, right? Alright. Muika. Eon-san. No! I don't see Oron. Am I blind here again? Friends? No. No! No! How could you not have your bro? To be clear, I can throw Pyro Traveler in. It's not the end of the world, but like... Bro. How dare you? How dare you, Kanich? We can't do Oron. Lame. Alright, well, I guess Pyro Traveler then, instead of Oron. As long as... Wait, who's the other one? Muika, Kanich, Oron, Eon-san. But now it's Pyro Traveler instead of Oron. Okay, Eon-san is there, so we need to make sure that Eon-san references Muika and Kanich. Surely. Surely that is the case. Okay. Muika, Kanich. Yay. Alright, we can do Kanich. And Eon-san doesn't reference Oron either. Lame. Okay, well, it died on 2 levels. Okay. I think that's the 2 teams then. So I think we do Pyro Traveler. We do Pyro Traveler, Eon-san, Muika, and Mr. Kanich. We'll double check the builds in a second, but I think my builds are mostly fine. And then we do a weirdly similar team. Clorinde, Emily, Chevrus, and then we have, since we're not using Traveler, or we're using Traveler for the other team, so we have to do a flex slot. I think I'm going to go with the funniest option, which I feel is TDDS Newbie Lad. Although because I can just not do anything on him other than switch him to whoever. So, yeah. Anyways, for Shallonen, you could do Shallonen for the 4th slot. I mean, it's not wrong, but I don't like it as much personally. I'd rather just use Pyro Traveler. I think it's more fun. So yeah, let's go with that. I think the Chlorine team might be a bit scuffed, just a bit, because there's no additional like off-field pyro to throw in the team, right? Unless we did Pyro Traveler, so it's going to be a bit goofy, but that's fine. Okay.
Aren't exactly the type
Weird, because Oron. Oh yeah, does Oron reference them all? I believe it. I bet those people don't reference Oron, but all of them. Yeah, see, Oron mentions Eonson, Mawika, and Kanich, but they don't have the respect to mention him. How dare they? This just proves Oron is best boy. All right.
pop up on the street.
Okay, let's go. You know what, maybe we should try a Siege Queen first. We should probably try a Siege Queen first, because she's theoretically the best option if the Hydra doesn't interfere, but I feel like it will. I don't know. Same thing with like any amount of off-field application might interfere too much, since we don't have any off-field pyro. But I don't know. Let's just try Siege Queen first. Clorind. Yeah, I'm having a stroke. It's fine. Emily. Bam. So rotation's gonna be, you know, like Emily into Shivers Burst, E on you. Maybe you go back to Shivers, do E again to make sure Hydro didn't cause problems, and then we Chlorinded, and I think it's fine. First chamber might be the most difficult chamber, but we'll see. And then we have Maweekers. Well, we're gonna have a lot of pyro, so I don't think it'll be that difficult. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so bam, let's go. And bam. Sure, although we might need.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
I want him to spawn with things, so do this.
Stop right there! Fresh and floral! Now I'm
Oops,
mad!
whoops.
Drop your weapons!
We lost the, yeah, okay, the Hydro is kind of causing a problem.
Reconstitute for you!
Oh, really? How did I, okay, there we go.
Justice will prevail! Final warning! Drop your weapons!
Into the shadows.
I probably should have Emily bursted beforehand. It's gonna fall out at level 3. Oh, no, I can maintain it. Yes!
You asked for it! Stop right there! Drop your weapons!
I think Nubilet would have been better. TTDS Nubilet or Charlotte. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. I think the Hydro is causing a problem. Rip. There we go. Best use case for Nubilet right here. Bam. Not even gonna give him the R5, or not even gonna give him the leveled up one. We don't give Nubilet that respect. Charlotte would be functionally the same here, of course. Emily. Pap. Keep on forgetting. Alright. Janssen. Okay.
Your journey ends
I'll
here,
wait a little bit this time.
Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Hands where I can see 'em! Stop right there! Final warning!
Really?
Fresh and floral!
Whatever. From you, don't do anything else.
Time to testify.
Pound into the
Into the
ground.
shadows.
Bro, I hate alligator. Freaking alligator.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
I'm gonna do things early this time. Why? Because I can.
A little ambiance. Drop your weapons. Stop.
No.
Ready.
Just die, please. Really? Bro?
You asked for it.
Loaded.
I think we really want off-field pyro. that is the problem I think we're experiencing here.
Shoot on sight. Hands where I can see 'em. Drop. Do not attempt to resist. Stop right there. A little ambiance. Having fun. Warning.
Ready. Enjoy.
Well.
Stop right there. Justice will prevail.
Into the shadows.
I forgot to newbie let TDDS. Oh well. Can you stop? Okay. I mean, that's still probably fine. It's probably fine. Should get the Serpent Spine stacks. Hold, please. We have, by the way, we have Traveler on 4-piece Obsidian and 2 units on 4-piece Scroll here. Not exactly the ideal artifact situation, but who cares? Not me. Didn't crit. Good job. 90% crit rate, by the way. Great. Okay. Bro, how many crits are you gonna miss on a 90 crit rate build? This is not gonna do it. God damn it. Shoot. Well, I think it can be done. Do I change anything on the first side? I mean, if we're gonna have issues with overload uptime regardless, we may as well go back to using Siege Wind, right? Any reason we aren't bursting on Muika? Yeah, I don't like that. Muika doesn't have a burst. If I have to use a Muika burst, that's a failure. I will change Kanicha's build, by the way. I feel like this is acceptable. I feel like that makes sense. Surely we don't miss a crit now, right? That actually, you know what, honestly, that might be all I need to do, realistically. I also could theoretically do a charge attack on Nubilet on occasion if I put him on proper artifacts. But, like, that also seems like a failure. I think I'm gonna try Siege Wind again. Okay. Because I think it's fun. But maybe shouldn't. Okay.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Sacrifice is ready.
Final warning! Russian floral!
Pound into the ground!
Hunt them down. Ready.
Did it not die? Oh, frick you.
Justice will prevail! Stop right there! Drop your weapons!
Into the shadow.
Yeah, we lost Emily. Oops. Okay, do this. Do this. For energy, do that. Wait for this. There we go. Okay. I was waiting for level 2 skill there if you didn't notice. Yeah, I think Siege Wing is a lot better. Alright, rare statements, by the way. Siege Wing is better than Neuvillette in this team. I don't have energy, that's unfortunate. Oh, well, I should just be going. Yeah, Siege Wing better than Neuvillette, let's go. What are we doing now? We're trying to clear Abyss with lower accurate teams. Yeah, I know, I wasted a lot of time at the end. I thought I could get, you know, burning happening properly, but I was like, wait, this isn't necessary. Okay. Here, do this, do that. This might not make sense to do necessarily.
I got him cornered. The Lord of the Night.
Rise with the sun.
Locked on.
Maybe I should have like redone a rotation. Ooh, that was probably a mistake. Maybe it won't matter. Hopefully not. Do this just in case it's necessary. Bam. No problem. No problem. Would have been a little tighter to clear if I hadn't swapped the weapon on Kenichi, obviously, but I think it still would have been done. Would have been doable. This. Oh, well, I got stuck on top of the dog.
A little ambiance. Stop right there.
Might as well just wait for this.
Hunt them down.
Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons. Final. This will brighten up the place.
Into the shadows.
Did that early. I will say that I think if I didn't have Emily's this is one of those cases where if I didn't have Emily's signature weapon, I think the uptime on Emily's damage would be real scuffed. Because it just helps sustain the level 2 skill when we don't have that much extra pyro. Like this is actually like a perfect example of a team, like as jank as it is, right? As jank as this team is, it's a perfect example of exactly why I feel Emily's signature weapon is sneakily really valuable for giving Emily more utility, right?
Final warning. Justice will. This will brighten up the place.
Into the shadows.
What are you targeting?
Time to testify.
Stop right there. Neutralize. You asked for it.
It should have been in her main kit. Yeah, I don't disagree. The number one thing I dislike about her Emily's base kit, not great, but not bad. The number one thing I dislike about Emily's base kit is the fact that she, when you reset her skill, like this whole problem with Emily's like burst sustaining her skill is because when you press her skill to reset her skill duration, it resets to level 0. Therefore, you have to have a bunch of burning happening again. Whereas her burst pauses at that, it takes whatever the skill state is, so if she has the 4 cents collected, so her level 2 skill, does her burst, and then resumes it back at level 2. Whereas if you do her skill again, you have to have burning going on again. So, yeah. Yeah, this is faction passives. This is faction passives in Zenless. That's a funny way to think about it. Should do this. I should have just done burst. Whatever. Oh, that was dumb. At first I was just like, I'm just gonna use my thinking there was like, oh, I'll just use Pyro Traveler to get through it, and then I was like, no, I should have burning going. So I pressed Kenichi, but I was like, wait, I should have just done that with burst. So I just wasted a whole ton of time there. Okay, well, I guess we're redoing. It's not that she's reliant on her weapon, by the way. It's just that it does change the team context you could consider using her in a bit. Can I get the reset? No, wait. I don't have any pyro going? Did I not do, like, ease and whatever? Okay, really? See, should we manage to erase all of the freaking hydro? Or all of the pyro? Yeah, the Kanish team is a real team. It's just a little bit of a fragile team. Please. Give me... Get the really... That first that time in order to... Things, but well. This team works surprisingly well, all things considered. Oh crap. I should have done things that order. Oh really? Okay. That's a little annoying. Yeah, it's a little annoying. Oh well. Let's do this.
Into the shadows.
No, I didn't expect to get that burst back. Oops.
Ready.
No. Oh, I just wasted that. No. Oh, I didn't waste it. Alright. Please die. Please die. Please die. Okay. Oh, we shouldn't have to wait for spine in this situation. Alright, do this. I'm gonna do this just for energy. Oh, that was literally pointless. Because I didn't have my skill back. Should have saved the skill. Well, I don't think it's that big a problem.
Rise with the sun.
Oh, don't die. No, I did. I keep getting clapped by this. I hate the stupid. Ugh, whatever, stupid papilla damage. I hate these. I like the papilla boss. I still do. I hate the papilla enemies. Oh well. Yeah, you know, for what it's worth, Kanich's team is a real team, but also in many ways it's kind of worse than this team in a funny way. Don't want to have to. Okay, maybe I should. It takes too long. Okay. Yes, the artifact loadout is a fake. It's fake. I called it. I called that the artifact loadout was not real. Everyone had way too much faith in Mihoyo for that artifact loadout system. Mihoyo loves to call things they are not. I know I ended clearing a little bit early, but I think it was actually important. We're maintaining uptime properly. Well. Yeah, if Mihoyo ever says the words loadout, just don't believe him. They don't seem to understand what people mean when they say they want a loadout. Jump to me. You. Saying they don't understand is the generous take.
Into the shadows. Shoot on sight. Hands where I can see 'em.
A hole.
Drop your weapons. Moving.
Okay, there are times to charm with the worst clear on the first side. Just don't get hit with Just don't get hit with Pyro Traveler. It's not that complicated. That was kind of pointless to use, but whatever.
I got him cornered.
Light it up.
Wait, we didn't have Dendron on it, did we? Oh, that's really annoying. What? How did I get hit? I actually called Balloony. Oh my god, can I switch my characters? Why can't I switch my characters properly? Oh my god. Okay, why is Kanich, why is this team this awkward against the Papilla Shield? The Kanich team should not be that awkward against those. I know I died in the first times, but like the fact that like Kanich's duration just barely ended as the new one spawned completely screwed that attempt, right? That's all that happened. I did not mean to press that button. Can I switch? I can't switch off of this? Okay. Brain! Oh, you can jump out of it. Good. Okay, that dude just jumped away. at level 5 still. Or level 2.
Don't slip and fall.
I did not. Well, okay.
Ready.
Whatever.
Time to testify.
Justice will final warning. Stop right there.
Wait until I get level 2. Here we go.
Russian floral.
The hole.
You asked for it. Drop your weapons.
God dang it. Very awkward.
A little ambiance.
Even with Emily weapon, obviously this team. I keep not paying attention. Even if Emily weapon, it's not like it's that incredible. As far as like consistency goes, I think we should do this. This.
Into the shadows.
Stop targeting that. Stop targeting that. Stop targeting.
This will brighten up the place. Drop your weapons. Reconstitute.
Oh great. Oh great. Whatever. Welcome to my worst player yet on this side.
You asked for it. Final warning. Drop your. Neutralize.
Please.
Contact. A little ambiance.
Into the shadows. Rise with the sun.
Target acquired.
What? How did we not keep up the burning there? Whatever.
Quick as a flash. On my hook.
Burn it down.
Claim these souls.
Should have done that after his skill. Whatever. Really? Die. Yeah, at least we got burning going properly this time. Frick you.
Rise with the sun.
Alright.
Control breathing. Start.
Wait, there's a new QOL features in there. Let me see if it works. What? Where is it? What the f***? Didn't they literally say they added a... It's the next... Seriously? It's the next Abyss? Ah, freaking... Ah. Or next version, whatever. I forgot. Yeah. Ugh. Fuck. Fucking... Why can't they just add things when they say they're gonna add things? Or when they announce them? I just... I understand my brain. I understand my brain made that mistake. But, like, I don't know why my brain teleported to the future. My brain teleported to the future that... I don't know... Whatever. We pretend that didn't happen. Gonna be a video with a lot of cuts. I mean, at this point, I shouldn't have made the video. It's taking longer than I expected. Cause yay for Kanich feels awkward in every single. No, sorry. Shouldn't slander Kanich. I just think he's weird to play, 99% of the time. And it's more the papillas than anything. Not really his fault, but like theoretically, he's one of the ideal characters against the papillas, and I never really enjoy using him against the papillas. So they failed on a design level, in my opinion. If it just wants me to make, if I just want to use characters from last year to clear the papillas, or not last year, previous years, Anywho's, like right now, I'd almost rather swap sides. Should I do that? I guess they forced me to redo. Maybe I should just swap sides. Yeah. Screw it. Let's swap sides. Siege Queen will cause some problems in the first chamber, but it shouldn't really matter that much, right? Also, it's going to be a little weird with... I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm down to try it. There you are. And who's the last slot here? Pyro Traveler. Bap. Should also maybe consider doing like a Pyro Traveler Holdy. Using his skill, not hitting the nuke and just spinning around the Papilla shields. That's probably optimal. You're probably right. I love Skyward Spine. Frick it. I don't feel like waiting.
Your journey ends here, Lord of
We're waiting here anyways.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Why'd I do that? Whatever. Bruh, how'd you not die? Bruh, I love that he didn't auto-target properly. I like how people somehow feel more positively about Kanich, like, gameplay than Mualani. Maybe they don't, I don't know. But, like, Mualani has this reputation of being, like, really awkward to play. I find Kanich far more awkward to play than Mualani. Okay, well, whatever. I wanted to burst, but I guess we're not. Okay, obviously the gripping situation wasn't ideal here. Kanich is also almost dead. Also not ideal. God dang it. It's also worth mentioning, you know, I am not a practiced Kanich player. We're trying to get like 5 E's or whatever. Oh my god. I also kind of like it, but not enough to pull. Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm glad Kanich exists. He's very, very unique as far as a playstyle goes. But also, I almost always never really enjoy it that much. Oh, I put Hydro. Crap. Well. I as soon as I pressed the button, I was like, wait. Oops. Oopsies. You get more fun if you try to use this quick sub tech. Yeah, I just like have so many other characters I think I'd prefer playing. Regardless, to get to the point of before I get to the point of being like, yeah, I'm gonna try to practice my Kanich gameplay.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Target acquired.
I wanted to target the. Okay.
For the Lord of the Night.
Why? Bruh.
Control breathing. We need it last.
Got a camera. Okay.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice.
I should probably go Pyro Traveler after Muika just to funnel particles. We're just gonna ignore the alligator. I should use that sooner. We shouldn't ignore the alligator. I love this enemy's mechanics. It's so fun. I love that 90% of Mihoyo's game design for Abyss lately seems to be what kind of enemies with really annoying stall mechanics can we implement? It just really makes the optimization experience fun. Okay, target this dude directly this time. Bruh, how did I target the dude again? Bruh. What? Was that? What? Was I not still in my skill state when I did that? Ah, no. Why did I do that? That didn't really matter. Darn it. Oh, man. It was almost perfect. It was almost so clean, and then it flubbed at the end. I don't think that was really my flub. I think that was just either RNG being... I don't know exactly what it was. It's fine. It's fine. This... Okay, don't use Siege Wing. I want burst. I want burst. Really? How? Oh my god. Like, are you for real? Could have used Hydra there, theoretically. Didn't want to risk it. I don't know how long Siege Green skill is going to last. I should have saved that. That was dumb. What? Oh, God. I just thought I was going to be able to get my burst back before the skill ended. Terrible. Okay. I shouldn't have done that. Should have just let the burning tick down. I don't know. Please. No? Okay. Okay. A little trickier, but it's fine. Well, got them ungrouped. That was my bad. Would Kenichi's targeting range for him rebinding to an enemy... Like, I'm in two minds. Where, like, having his targeting range be better than it is would be nice, or maybe awkward in some ways. Because that's like, the big part of the problem, right? Whoa, camera. Alright. I do think this team on the first side was the better choice. See, this is a funny example where, like, Kenich feels better to play on the side that he was not intended to feel good on. Like, that seems a bit silly. That's where I was talking about where, like, why didn't you teleport? God, this is... that just seems a bit silly on a design level to me. God. Stop targeting the wrong thing. Oh my god. Game. I actually...
Target acquired.
Anyways, whatever. Real question is, do I bother with... I don't think I do. I think I save. This. I think we do this.
Loaded.
And we run around. We do this.
Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons. Final warning.
Hunt them down. Into the shadows.
Yeah, it was a good idea to switch sides. Wouldn't Benny be better in this voice? You missed the whole thing that we're doing. We are the gimmick we're going with is trying to clear with lower accurate teams, and the rule I set was that every character to count as a lower accurate team had to reference every other character in their like about voice lines, like they had thoughts on those characters. That proved enough relation that I'd say they are lower accurate, which mostly meant like it's restricted to same region teams in the same way. I did try to make like an Archon team work, but then Farina broke everything, and Nahida broke everything. Nahida doesn't reference Raiden, as far as I'm aware, and more importantly, Farina doesn't reference a number of other people. So, anyways.
Burn it down. Quick as a flash. On point.
Locked on.
Wow. Who knew Kanich was good against Wayobs? Right? Like, I don't know. It's just so funny. Oh, that was dumb. Whatever. I don't know, my brain not thinking. It's just so funny to me that, like, he feels so much, like, obviously there's some jank with the mechanical array middle phase with him targeting the stupid enemies that can't get damage, right? Not fundamentally dissimilar from how Chaska, but Chaska's problem was bigger than what Kenich's problem is. I don't know. It's just funny how much better he feels on the first side, despite the second side definitely being more intended to make him feel better, right? Crap. Let's do this. Did we just rely on burning? I think it's fine, but I think Florian will get there faster. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. We do this. Sure, let's do this.
Shoot on sight. Into the shadows.
Ow. Ow. Oh my gosh, okay. Well, this is a failure on my part. I also don't think I even had... Really? Bro, you are across the field. Okay, well, I have not kept up Emily damage at all properly here. Oh, fuck you. Do this.
Time to testify.
gonna go into another shield phase, isn't it? Yep. Oh, frick you.
Justice will prevail. Neutralize. Stop right there. Drop your weapon. Contact.
What? What? Okay.
Shadow of the past, mine to command. Locked on.
Uh-oh. 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 No! I don't know, it might not matter, but sad. Cleared the first enemy too well. That wasn't any fault of King H. That was just way out moment. Why'd I do that first? Man, brain. That one was obviously my fault. Oh, I had the Chevr's burst. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we like wait now. Alright. This. Alright, we don't have level 2 up anyways, so I'll just do that. Okay, we can do this. Theoretically, do this. Now, this. Stop. Really? You froze me? Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate how much this version of the villain moves around. Whatever. Frick you. Like, it moved around so much that it just avoided everything. Like, what the frick am I supposed to do here? Bro, stop going into this form. God, stop. Should have done that. Yep, that's why. I didn't save my burst again for this. And I think I'm gonna fail. No, the Kenichi VA was replaced because of all the striking happened and people complained and they wanted the characters to be voiced. Kenichi is replaced because people wanted voicing for characters. And then when people get replaced, people complain that they got replaced. What did you expect was the end result of complaining about wanting characters to be voiced?
I got a corner.
Not saying you specifically did, to be clear. Right, that's actually ideal. As stupid as it is, that circumstance is definitely ideal.
Target acquired. Claim these souls.
Alright. You get your burst back. Your cooldowns. Okay.
Time to testify.
I think I'm gonna try to dash.
Justice will prevail. Final warning. Drop your weapons. Final warning.
Really?
Russian plural. Moving.
I'm just avoiding using siege wings. It's gonna be a little bit easier to manage.
Enough.
I think siege wing was overall a net positive before. See, the freaking dude moved far away again. Ugh.
Don't slip and fall.
I'm just waiting for the burst to come back.
A little ambiance.
Into the shadows. Moving. Shoot on sight.
God dang it.
You asked for it. Final.
Oh my god, you're not within range! Oh. No, Clarent on her own can't get this. Whatever.
Reconstitute.
I love this enemy that moves 5 miles around the freaking court.
Into the shadows.
Oh my god, are you serious? Stop moving! I swear to god, if that's not... Okay, I would have rioted if that wasn't the case. Alright. Free me. That should not have taken that long. Whatever. That should not have taken that long. It only did because Papilla teleported around 5 light miles away and then constantly went out of range from abilities just every single time. And it's like, oh, well, you should have stuck with Kanich on the second side then maybe. Like, no, because if it went out of range of something like Emily, it's going to go out of range of freaking Kanich. So, anyways, whatever. Yeah, it's for content. Anyways, I don't know. Do I recommend doing lore-only teams? Probably not. But, hey, it can work. Anyways, I need to end the stream. It's 6 p.m. and I have like a lot of things I should do. I don't know if I'm gonna turn that. I don't know. That should be easy to turn into like a 20-30 minute video. I was originally gonna like record a Yai video, but now I don't know if I have time to record a Yai video, edit that, and edit the collab video. I don't know. Maybe I should just try to get the collab video done today. Problem is like, ugh, it's a mess. It's a whole mess. It's a mess. Anyways, it's probably gonna be the stream. I apologize. I mean, it's fine. It's content for the future, or it was just content for now, and that's fine too. Anywho's, I should go work on other things. Yeah, before I wear myself out too much. I've been streaming long enough. Bye bye.